Shahid all set to start? Or waiting for someone? आवाज नहीं जाएगी. Good morning, dear guests, panelists, and ladies and gentlemen. I am very honored to welcome you on behalf of STPI on this high-level conference on green industrialization under CPEC 2.0, Pak-China Cooperation for Green Finance and Low Carbon Development. Under STPI's Green X, YouTube, and Facebook. The video will be posted online and will be available for all of you to later share with your networks. And we invite questions from in-person audience as well as from online audience. They can paste their question in the chat box and we'll be addressing those questions. So as we know, this is the key moment for Pakistan economic progress and environmental sustainability. And for the years, China-Pakistan Economic Corridor has been the cornerstone for our national development. In the first phase of CPEC, our most critical need, including energy, has been addressed. With over 27 billion USD, CPEC helped bridge our energy shortfall, powering industries and homes. But now world has been changed. We are in the critical time of climate change challenges. So CPEC itself is evolving, and we have now entered CPEC 2.0, a phase moving beyond basic infrastructure into the sophisticated industrialization and technology transfer centered on our special economic zones. Simultaneously, China has emerged as the undisputed global leader in the clean energy and green finance. It's over years investment and rapidly shifting towards sustainable low carbon projects. Last year alone, Chinese green energy investment under the Belt and Road Initiative surged by 60%. And in response to this, Pakistan has seen the solar energy revolution. It is stunningly short time. Solar has become our single large source, but this boom has been almost entirely import driven, highlighting a missed opportunity for local manufacturers and creating new fiscal pressures. So this brings us to the core challenges and the opportunities, and some of these we will be addressing in our sessions later today. We'll be having the session on green finance for Pakistan clean energy transition, also the localization of solar value chains through the SECs. So the overall aim is to set the clear direction for the green industrial and economically thriving Pakistan under the framework of CPEC 2.0. So without a further ado, I would like to request Executive Director SDPI, Dr. Abid Qayyum Sulairi, for his welcome remarks.
Thank you, Sadia. Good morning, Zhao Shang Hao, and a very warm welcome to all the respected guests who have joined us today for this discussion on green industrialization under CPEC 2, Pak-China Cooperation for Green Financing and Low Carbon Development. At the outset, let me also thank our guest of honor today, Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, who is the former Finance Minister of Pakistan, former Governor of State Bank of Pakistan, and former Secretary of UNSCAP, for joining us virtually from Karachi. Thank you, ma'am, for gracing the occasion. And let me also like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Sun, who traveled all the way from Bath, and Ms. Han Chen, who has joined us from China for today's meeting. And the presence of all the dignitaries, including the guests from different corners of Pakistan is basically a testimony of the importance that we in Pakistan give to our partnership with China and also CPEC as one of the opportunity to not only for industrial growth, but also for green industrialization. Sadia already mentioned and highlighted some of the important initiatives that China has been taking. But I think the moment right now is quite vital. The second time withdrawal of United States from Paris Agreement that has created a vacuum, and that provided three choices to the community of the international leaders. The first choice is that many of us, we also follow the suit, and we also withdraw from Paris Agreement, following American example, which of course is an easy path, but it is, we know, a path for collective suicide. If all of us, we will follow the suit and will withdraw from our climate actions and climate ambitions, basically we'll be fast forwarding all the natural and man-made calamities that are facing the world. And Pakistan is already braving through the recent monsoon and the floods which are still unfolding in our southern part of the country. The second option that US withdrawal it provides to the world is that we slow down our effort, and by slowing down, we just wait for next elections in America, waiting for some perhaps more appropriate moments in United States decision making, whereby US starts fulfilling its climate promises, and at that time we also take our initiative. That would be a slow poison. Of course, if any single country is not abiding by its initiative, it doesn't mean that we should slow down our efforts. And the third and the saner approach is whereby we collectively step up and we fill in the gap, and we fill in the vacuum created by withdrawal of one joint whose presence could have made a great difference. And I think this is the approach that we are taking now. We know EU is, of course, right now constrained by the increased commitment for their financial appropriation, and that may affect some of the greener agenda. But EU has been in the past, when President Trump in his previous tenure, when he withdrew from Paris Agreement, EU actually, along with China, filled in the vacuum, and EU is still trying its level best to fill in the vacuum. But the hopes, they are actually now on China. One is looking forward to China so that China can fulfill this role. And President Xi's latest announcement just few weeks back, where President Xi delivered a speech and at the leaders' meeting on climate and just transition, and he clearly highlighted that the countries should do their utmost to formulate and implement their program of action for nationally determined contributions while coordinating economic development and energy transition. One is also mindful of the fact that China will be announcing its 2035 NDCs covering all economic sectors and all greenhouse gases before the COP30 in Balham. And we are also looking forward to some of the, again, opportunities which are there, maybe as a byproduct of tariff war, but also as this Chinese attempt to diversify its market for green technologies and green products. So as we know that EV and many other green technologies from China, they are now under increased tariff regime. If not so, but perhaps the negotiation, their outcome would tell us how long this pause would be there between US and China. But I think China is rightly diversifying its market. And if I look at the receptiveness in South Asia, if I look at the receptivity in Africa, I think Africa and South Asia, these are the two markets where China can sell its greener technology, whether it's energy, whether it's transport, whether it's battery solutions or other solution. And that actually is the merging point, what we want to discuss today, that how we can use this moment, the broader geopolitical situation, the broader political economy of this multilateral negotiations on climate change and the time-tested partnership between Pakistan and China to make CPEC 2 as a starting point of green industrialization. And this is where one win-win situation can increase. While my colleague was mentioning about Chinese investment in green technology and its share in solar energy increase, I would say that Pakistan is now being presented as a case study for this increased uptake of solarization, not only due to any love with the green technologies or any combating with the climate change, but also because this is the only solution for our fiscal challenges and fiscal problems. As our energy is becoming increasingly expensive, it's the consumer who are automatically shifting to solar panels and shifting towards hybrid vehicles. And once this infrastructure for EV charging it unfolds, I'm sure that the EV uptake would be one of the headline story in Pakistan. So a country where consumers, they are willing to adapt to these greener technology and greener practices, a broader framework of CPEC 2, where Pakistan and China, they are willing to work with each other, and the geopolitical and the situation and the political economy of climate negotiation, where actually withdrawal of United States, it provides an opportunity to rest of the world to increase their climate action, their climate ambition, and their climate pledges and climate commitment. I think this is one of the best times to discuss these opportunities, to identify some of the challenges that didn't work in CPEC 1, and try to discuss and negotiate a way forward so that we can overcome the obstacles that both countries met while implementing CPEC 1, and try to capture the opportunities that come on our way in CPEC 2. I once again thanks all for joining us today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abid, for very rightly sharing and highlighting the crisis Pakistan is facing in terms of climate change, and also the crisis of US tariff wars, and how Chinese and Pakistani partnership can move forward. And here we see the green industrialization as the ray of hope. So moving forward now, I would like to request Mr. Mustafa Haider Syed, Executive Director of Pakistan-China Institute, also the founder of SDPI's Green CPEC Alliance.
Rahim, Zhao Shanghao, Daja Hao, very warm welcome to international guests. Dr. Abid Suleri, the Executive Director of SDPI, Mr. Wang Shengji, my brother, Political Counselor of the People's Republic of China, Mr. Hamid Sharif, guests from countries, particularly China, who have come here all the way to talk about CPEC 2.0, Mr. Zubairi from China Three Gorges, and Madam Shamshad Akhtar, who I believe is joining online. I think it's a very important event organized by the Sustainable Development Policy Institute to examine, and it's a very timely event, as Dr. Abid just mentioned, to actually talk about this transition in Pakistan and also the rest of South Asia. And this Green CPEC Alliance, which we founded during COVID, and which was envisioned to identify those steps that can lead to actionable projects that are low carbon in the Belt and Road Initiative and in CPEC, and which can also encourage the dialogue between Chinese investors in Pakistan, the Pakistan government, and the Chinese government and Chinese SOEs, which were the leading part of the first phase of CPEC. And as we see now, that CPEC has entered a second phase with a three-pronged agenda, which involves agriculture, industrialization, and mining, as outlined by Chinese State Councillor Wang Yi during his visit, very successful visit to Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, it is very important to understand China's experience and how China has undertaken that green transition within China. And only then can we work on this Green CPEC 2.0 to emulate those best practices within Pakistan. I think if we start from the most recent philosophy, if I may call it, the philosophy of ecological civilization of President Xi Jinping, which talks about greening projects, greening lifestyle as part of a larger ecosystem. Growth of a civilization, an evolution of a civilization that is done in a way which is in harmony with nature and in harmony with the rest of the ecosystem. I think that is the foundation of the concept of ecological civilization, and I think that shows and signifies that green development or battling climate change cannot be done in isolation. And it cannot be done and undertaken in silos. That we are going to do A, B, C, and then this, of course, we will also during one slot deal with climate change. It's a all-encompassing issue that is pervasive in all areas of governance, in all aspects of life, and in all aspects of human and industrial development. And I think that concept of ecological civilization is very important. And in my position of the Glen Advisory Group, which was created in 2024 December by the Ministry of Environment and Ecology, which is a green low carbon advisory group for green outbound investments of the MEE, and as a 3-year term as an advisor to that platform, it is a very important responsibility to identify those projects in CPEC 2.0 that can actually be that catalyst for greening CPEC in the phase 2 of CPEC. Identifying those projects, and they don't have to be large-scale, glittery projects, but small, high-impact projects which involve the local community, which are low carbon, which use technology of waste to energy, for example, of renewables, of battery storage, where we can see it as a pilot, and that success story then can be replicated across the country. I think that is the idea, and that is the sweet spot what we are looking for. I think that the journey of China's green transition is very important. And when we talk about green SEZs, I want to report to you, ladies and gentlemen, that we just came back from Beijing after launching Mr. Wang Chengji during the Prime Minister's visit to the SCO. We co-hosted the launch of the Green SEZ report that with Tsinghua University, with the Dean of the Climate Change Wing of Tsinghua University. And this was co-authored by Pakistan-China Institute and Tsinghua. And we saw and explored that journey from 2003, when the State Environmental Protection Administration, which is the former MEE, issued the regulations on the declaration, naming, and management of national demonstration eco-industrial parks. And that was then proceeded to, which laid out the criteria and procedures for eco-industrial parks. Back in 2003, when no one was talking about eco-industrial parks, at least in this part of the world. And then in 2005, we saw the State Council issued the opinions on speeding up the development of circular economy, which called for trial demonstration of circular economy in industrial parks. And it had basically the idea was pilot projects and phased scaling in different parts of China. And in 2016, recently, after this Belt and Road Initiative had commenced in 2013, we saw the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology launched the Green Manufacturing Initiative, which basically laid out the regulatory mechanism and criteria for the manufacturing industry. And now, of course, China has become more of a service sector economy, but as the biggest factory of the world at that time, that regulatory framework from the Ministry of Industries was a key inflection point in green manufacturing in China. So, as part of this Green CPEC Alliance, ladies and gentlemen, we have undertaken, along with SDPI and along with other partners and along with our colleague Christoph Nedefil, multiple initiatives where we have examined fossil fuel to clean energy transition, which China is leading, which Chinese companies in the renewable industry are setting examples for, of how we can see that in Pakistan. And we have also, as I just said, examined green industrial parks, how they can be built here. And what we have suggested in this report that we've just launched, and we'll share the online link with you, is starting small. Not announcing 8 or 9 green SEZs, but starting small in a commercial hub and an industrial, advanced industrial hub like the port city of Karachi, where there's a business, where there are businesses already, there's economic maturity, and it's company clusters are already present to see how this can move forward along with Chinese technology and Chinese assistance and Pakistani leading enterprises. And to conclude, I think the geography of Pakistan, the location of Pakistan, Pakistan's position within the Belt and Road Initiative couldn't be more befitting to be the pilot case for greening BRI projects within the BRI, because the last Belt and Road Forum and the third Belt and Road Forum that we attended, and Dr. Abid and I were together in Beijing in the in the green development session was about high quality and low carbon framework. And I think that this is the time for Pakistan where our economy has stabilized and CPEC 2.0 has been launched, that we begin with real, specific, high impact and small green projects and potentially a green SEZ. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mustafa, for highlighting the CPEC 2.0 focus, which is agriculture, infrastructure, and mining. And you very rightly mentioned that we cannot work in silos or isolation. Partnerships on the local, national, and international levels are very important. And being real, the vision for a green future needs a fuel, and the fuel is financing. But we can't rely on the old models. Our first session on green finance for our clean energy transition will explore the financial innovation which we need now desperately. So we'll explore in these sessions the creative tools like green bonds and climate swaps, not just to fund new solar parks and wind farms, but actually manage our existing debt and build a more stable, sustainable economy. It's about making our financial system work for our environment and vice versa. So I would like to request now my colleague Obaidur Rahman Zia, Head Energy Unit, to set the scene for the next session. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much, Sadia, and thank you, Mustafa Saab. Always a pleasure hearing from you as well. So I think my purpose here is to kind of set the scene for one of the initiatives that STPI took within the Sunrise project, that is on enabling a Chinese ecosystem compliant green financing framework in Pakistan. And what we aim to do today is to kind of present some of the findings of what we have been doing over the past year with the help of many colleagues present over here. And thank you, Hamid Saab, for joining us as well. Han and her colleagues have been, Dr. Shenvi has been a very great part, Dr. Shazia and other colleagues who are part of this initiative that we took almost a year back. Umair, if I can have the slider to kind of control that is, yeah, you can turn the next slide as well. So what I'm going to do, Dr. Khalid will come in later to give the details of the study findings that we actually have. So I'm going to set the scene of what it actually drove this study. So what we're going to kind of focus for today in the upcoming sessions as well is how do we actually mobilize the financing, particularly within the Pakistan-China context, for the renewable energy or low carbon development, just like Sadi has mentioned. So I think the very first point is that whenever you look at transition, when you're talking about the energy transition has a cost and a logistical needs that are imperative to its transition. I mean, if you talk about renewable energy, you definitely needs investments coming in for the grid infrastructure. You need investments in the form of the capital. I think Dr. Khalid would shortly be talking about transitioning away from the fossil fuels. But I mean, given the nature of the power sector alliance governance that we have, these many of even talking about the early retirement initiatives, all of this does need finance. So where is this finance going to eventually come from? And this is especially for the case of Pakistan, where the country is already operating in a very low fiscal space. We already know that we're again under another International Monetary Fund, IMF program that aims to address these issues. But other than that, over the years, the inflation in Pakistan, the dollar indexation, the constantly increasing circular debt, capacity payment, energy prices, and that has actually created a huge economic crisis, economic spiral for Pakistan, from which we have to eventually come out. But how are we actually going to do that? What instruments, what mechanisms, what processes can we as a country kind of adopt? At the same time, we do have these long-term power purchase agreements. We cannot simply talk about transitioning away from any of the infrastructure projects. We have these long-term power purchase agreements, and definitely there is the point of the energy security that we have to look at as well. So, I mean, combining all these factors, it unfortunately does create an environment where it isn't, again, a very friendly regulatory or environment that exists for the particularly the energy sector investments in Pakistan. We have a lot of private sector sitting over here as well. We'll be discussing with them later as well. But looking into, even if, for instance, if we look into the wind energy power projects under the CPEC, definitely such good initiatives, such good CSR work that has been done. But at the same time, they do face a lot of these curtailment issues because of, again, leading to some of the investments and certainties within the policy space of Pakistan. At the same time, there are transmission constraints. We need to again mobilize investments in that front as well. So the whole crux is that we need investments, but where the investments going to come from? That's exactly one of the questions we aim to kind of answer. The second point is that when we talk about renewable energy, I think Dr. Abid was very clear in the first point as well, that the transition that Pakistan has also kind of observed over the coming years, particularly talking about the solar PV transition, that is not just the environment, it's basically the economics. The transition that we have undergone is purely organic, that has taken a lot of money, the investments coming from the pockets of the people. Why? The reason being that renewable energy is currently the cheapest source of electricity generation in Pakistan. But at the same time, going beyond the people perspectives, we have these different export compliances coming up. We have these CBAM, coming up. Then there are sustainable lending requirements, because a lot of the discussion that we'll do today would be around the financing institutions, financing instruments. So these banks have, again, a very commercial as well as these development banks have a very important role to play in this transition as well. At the same time, I think China also just recently, President Xi Jinping announced their revised NDC commitments. Pakistan is also to submit its upcoming national determined contributions as a point of their showcasing their climate commitments as well. But just very briefly, so what is exactly happening in Pakistan's renewable energy landscape? So we basically have two trends in play that we have already pretty much discussed. If you look at the utility scale renewable energy generation, we haven't seen much happening over the last 3 years. I think over the last 3 years, there haven't been a financial closure of any renewable energy plant before just the latest one. But at the same time, just like Dr. Abid also mentioned, Pakistan is one of the world's leading stories for the solar PV generation, but at the off-grid scale. So just in the last 1.5 months, Pakistan roughly imported 21 gigawatt of solar PV within the country. And now when you kind of see, looking at the renewable energy developments at the utility or the on-grid scale, looking at the utility scale developments at the off-grid scale, a lot of this has happened through the support coming in from China. I mean, a significant portion of Pakistan's solar PV imports is also coming from China. So again, how do you kind of balance these two initiatives? Because this solar PV uptake, where definitely it's gained a lot of positive, but it has also created few array of challenges for Pakistan's operation of Pakistan's existing system, because it has led to the decrease in utilization rate of the existing power projects, a lot of which again are Chinese funded. So this is again a very quick snapshot from one of the reports from the Renewables First. You can also see that in the last few years, there has been no financial closure. So what role does the financing institutions can actually play here? What role can different financing instruments play here? That is something that we'll try to kind of respond to this. This is again another chart that kind of shows Pakistan's solar rush or expedited solar PV uptake. You can actually see over the last year how rapidly the solar PV adoption in Pakistan has changed. And this is something that is not stopping. This is something that is going at a much, much higher rate as well. So this is where we eventually come up to, and this is where we kind of tried focusing a lot of our research, that in this situation, what would be the enabling role of the financing institutions? What mechanisms, what role should the commercial financing institutions adopt? And just to kind of answer these questions, what SDPI did almost a year back was we kind of formulated an advisory group whose purpose was of scoping different financing instruments. And that advisory group also had these financial institutions from Pakistan. Very fortunately, the State Bank of Pakistan is a part of it. A couple of commercial banks in Pakistan are part of it. And at the same time, we also took on board some of the Chinese financing institutions to be a part of it, as well as the private sector. Thank you. Zuberi Saab is here as well. Badr Alam Saab is a part of this advisory group here as well. So we have been scoping over the year through different consultations as well as very data-driven work of what these different monetary policy rate, what potential policy signals can actually be driven that can kind of support the whole green transition work that we have been talking about. what are some of the blended and concessional financing schemes we can actually look into, scaling instruments and the capital markets, how can we kind of also strengthen the governance within the overall Pak-China green financing ecosystem. So that is what we kind of started with the scoping, initially scoped the priority policy solutions that Dr. Khalid will be just presenting right away. And then based on that, we kind of developed these prioritized the 3 financing instruments that you'll be shortly seeing as well. But at the same time, the other stream was that we, along with this research, we took initiative of building the capacity and doing the training programs for the financing institutions in Pakistan. We actually already had 3 training sessions that have been done. And Sadi, I'll just be handing it back to you with this, that today is the preliminary launch event that we're happening. And following that, we'll be going to 3 capacity building sessions with the financing institutions of Pakistan as well. So I think Dr. Khalid will be later coming on for showing you the results of the findings. But yes, Sadia, back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Obed, for sharing the work we are doing around the green financing. Now, I'll not take much time. I'll request Dr. Khalid Waleed for his technical presentation on Chinese ecosystem compliant green financing framework in Pakistan.
Thank you so much, Sadia. Thank you so much, Ubad, for setting the scene, and thank you so much all for joining us. Well, this report is enabling a Chinese ecosystem compliant green financing framework in Pakistan. I'm not going to repeat many of the things have been said earlier. Sorry. Okay, this is what Pakistan-China strategic partnership it really looked like. I mean, we have a long-standing partnership tested. Pakistan and China have a robust economic and strategic relationship focused on cooperation across the fields, not just in energy. Then it started from CPEC. CPEC really was a development finance for Pakistan. It kickstarted economic activities at the time when there was terrorism, there was load shedding, energy crisis, you name it. None of the investors, they wanted to invest in Pakistan. China comes up and started the CPEC. Financial support, obviously. If you see the trend of CPEC investment, you can see majority of it went to energy sector of Pakistan. Around 71% went into energy sector of Pakistan. And then other sectors, particularly transport, technology, real estate, utilities, etc. But you see the investments that have flown into Pakistan's energy sector, they are mainly focused on the generation side of it, nuclear, coal, hydro, very little focus on transmission. This is because at that time we were facing the severe energy shortage, electricity access issue, and CPEC power plant provided that impetus. But right now, what we are facing is, Pakistan is facing is this capacity trap where we have electricity, we have installed capacity, but we do not have the means, we do not plan it in a way that we can utilize this capacity in an efficient way. So how we can deal about it, how we can go about it, this is what this report is all about. And the inputs from the experts is there as well. This is the Chinese financial stakeholder map, which have invested in Pakistan's energy sector. You can see all the big name, the biggest name in the world, Agriculture Bank of China, from all the way to Silk Road Fund. The investments have flown into coal, hydro, nuclear, transmission side of it. So these are the actors we need to sort of engage. We need to talk rationally in a contemplate manner so that we can rationalize these financial flows for betterment of Pakistan, for prosperity. When I say prosperity, I mean climate prosperity as well. We need to transform in a way that is more compliant with Paris Agreement, with climate commitments, keeping in a broader ambit of National Economic Transformation Plan of Pakistan, which is also Uran Pakistan. But if you see things from an angle that comes from the community side of it, you will see this graph. Ubaid and Dr. Abid also highlighted it as well. The generation side of it, installed capacity is increasing in Pakistan. We are installing power plants, but the generation capacity in Pakistan, generation is declining because of the solar boom that is being powered and driven by the imports that are directly coming from China. So we need to contemplate this situation, particularly in terms of finding how to deal about Pakistan's capacity trap problem. And this involves a bit of financial planning as well. I would say innovative financial planning as well. There is another interesting thing to see is the upcoming Gwadar coal plant, which I think most probably would be repurposed, is the Sinosure fee. Sinosure is an institution in China which provide offshore de-risking for offshore projects. Back in 2018, the Sinosure premium or Sinosure fee was $2.1 million for this project. And in 2024, it has increased to 32.56, which means there is more risk in Pakistan in terms of economy, in terms of political economy, in terms of strategic sort of thing, and in terms of security as well. So not only we need to contemplate this in financial sort of a way so that these projects can be beneficial for the financiers, but also we need to look the political economy and other sort of things as well. So the project cost is increasing over the period of time. That's why we need to develop some de-risking mechanism, not just for a uniform sort of thing, but also keeping in mind the green growth and green climate finance in view, so that we can have a green growth coupled with Pakistan's industrial growth as well. So if you see the Pakistan's total debt exposure to China, it is also increasing. This is the main problem in Pakistan right now, that we didn't plan it the way we thought it would be in 2015 when CPEC was just starting, that we were coupling it with industrial growth, but that industrial growth couldn't join hand. And now we have these debts turned into bad debts, not because that because of the China's, because of our poor planning, because of our disintegrated sort of planning. So the debt exposure to China is increasing. Now, the way forward is that we join hand with the commercial banks, the state banks of China. We find a way that can kickstart Pakistan's green industrial revolution, that most of us have mentioned that we need to invest in green special economic zones, but it should not be a short-term planning. It should be a long-term integrated planning. So there are three modes of financing in Pakistan right now. Two modes of financing in Pakistan right now in terms of China's flows to Pakistan: commercial bank borrowings and government-to-government loans. If you see, these are linked with interest rates. There are short-term loans and the government-to-government loans. They are particularly of 2 to 20 years, that is long-term loans. Then we need to face higher interest rate or commercial loans that lead to significant debt service pressure on Pakistan's economy, limiting resources for development. And then short-term loans require constant refinancing. So we are in this vicious cycle that we need to break, and we need to convert it into a virtuous cycle. This is the historical debt servicing for China. So what is strategic restructuring and what are different solutions? Well, I'm asking you, what are different solutions? So this is not simple. This is very complex sort of a thing. What we opted for, we took the China's green finance leadership, that China has a dual goal of reaching carbon neutrality by 2060. By 2030, it wants to peak its emission and then gradually wants to offset these emissions by 2060. And then green finance market developments, particularly in terms of how to go about the loans. And one instrument comes in mind, and that is green bonds, particularly the green panda bonds. That could be a very phenomenal institution. Regulatory standards and frameworks, global and domestic investments. In terms of evaluation criteria for different financial instruments that we jot together in our report, we took financial impact of instrument, non-debt potential of an instrument. That is, if this instrument would be creating more debt for Pakistan, or it would be a non-debt creating industrial catalyst for Pakistan. Implementation feasibility, climate alignment, and de-risking capabilities. So these were few evaluation criteria for these financial instruments. So first financial instrument that comes into mind is interest rate and currency hedging instrument in debt restructuring. For example, in Pakistan, back in 2015-16, when these power plants, particularly the imported coal power plants, were being started, the capacity charges in per unit term or per capita terms were around 3 rupee per unit. Because we indexed these capacity charges with dollar, with exchange rate, interest rate, now they have increased from 3.3 rupee in 2015 to around 13 to 14 rupee per unit in 2024, 2025, which means we need to look for the currency hedging instruments for maybe debt restructuring and managing Pakistan's power sector. Brazil have done a very good, splendid job in hedging these instruments, and they have de-risked in that way. Second is managed transition vehicles and energy transition mechanisms, particularly if you see it from a development partners or IFI's perspective. Asian Development Bank has come up with energy transition mechanism, which supports early retirement of fossil fuel-based power plants using concessional finance. That could be a good thing for Pakistan if we involve Chinese stakeholders and we come up with a win-win situation. Debt for nature and debt for climate swap. I think our friend Dr. Christoph would be highlighting it more, but for Pakistan's context, Pakistan owes around 21 billion USDs in terms of debt, and it offers opportunity for debt restructuring, but debt restructuring in a climate sustainable way, that would be the way forward for Pakistan. China's involvement in debt swaps, if you see China and Egypt, they have restructured around 100 to 120 million USD of Egypt's debt into green projects. And then debt for carbon swaps, this is where it gets interesting. All the 3 power plants that have been built under CPEC, particularly the imported coal plants, they are underutilized. Once they provided this heroic sort of solution to Pakistan's energy sector problem, but now these power plants, they are expensive, they are not being utilized, and when they are not utilized, we have fixed capacity charges, and in per capita terms, they increase. If you see fiscal year 2026 power purchase forecast, you'll see the imported coal plant, they would cost us around 61 rupee per unit. So either we need to increase the utilization rate of these power plants, or we need to early retire these power plants, keeping the win-win situation for both Pakistan and Chinese financial stakeholders. So one thing that is very, again, I would say economically feasible, operationally viable, and that is early retirement using the transition credits, maybe coal to clean credit initiative. SGPI has done a report that is, if we utilize this methodology of Vera using carbon credits to retire these power plants, Pakistan can generate around $1.2 billion over the course of 20 years. We early retire these power plants. We can repurpose these power plants to renewable energy assets, maybe energy storage facility for Pakistan, particularly the power plant that is right in the heart of Punjab, Sahiwal, where there is a lots of solar and there is a power flowing back to national grid when in the daytime. And if we repurpose this power plant using this facility into a grid level energy storage facility, maybe we can cater for that as well. And one good fact recently that Chinese, the same company that is owning this power plant and maintaining this power plant, they have signed an agreement with Punjab government that they are going to have a textile zone in Punjab as well. And that would be powered by solar power plant. So maybe it is an opportune time that we bring together all these stakeholders and we present a way forward how Pakistan can bring itself back from this capacity trap problem. It will help us elevate debt pressure, fulfillment of climate commitments. For China, it ensure long-term debt servicing capacity for Pakistan, reducing the default risk because these power plants are also facing some financial problems, particularly pertaining to Pakistan's financial situation, where we cannot pay them back in timely manner. And the global impact would be, it will align with global decarbonization and sustainable development goals as well. Third instrument is green bonds and asset securitization. Recently, the Finance Ministry of Pakistan, they are planning to launch Pakistan's first green panda bonds. What these panda bonds they want to sort is yuan-denominated debt instruments issued in China's onshore bond market, providing low-cost financing, and it has grown over the period of time around 800 billion RMB in panda bonds by 2025. So maybe much-needed finance that can be used for early retirement of these plants can be generated through these instruments, and we can use this, and this will also leverage China's financial stature, particularly in bond market and financial market in the globe as well. So there are strategic benefits for China as well. It will advance RMB in internationalization, promotes RMB in Belt and Road Finance and South-South Climate Partnership, not just in infrastructure enhancement ways, but also keeping China's role as financial leader for climate change and climate finance. That would be very important thing. And on another hand, Pakistan can also get out of this capacity trap. And then carbon buyouts, maybe cost-effective evidence is that if we assume the carbon price would be 10 to 15 USD in international market, which is higher in compliance markets, we can have a cost-effective solution in terms of avoided emissions. In terms of application to Pakistan, again, it will offset loans, equity through monetized avoided emissions. And then in terms of industrial clusters, we can restructure high emission sectors like cement or textile, or maybe using Article 6, we can trade ITMOs to China as well. We all know that there are hard to abate sectors in China. China can utilize those ITMOs. ITMOs means that now you can trade carbon credits bilaterally with other countries to fulfill their NDC ambitions as well. So that is one opportunity as well. And then launched into 2023, the GIFP initiative, Green Innovation Financing Platform. That is the flagship initiative under Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, which provides 100 billion USD facility for green development, for renewable energy plants, for technology transfers, debt restructuring, and maybe Pakistan's opportunity is that Pakistan can integrate carbon finance with it, and green bonds and panda bonds can be linked with ESG framework of Pakistan, as Pakistan is on the verge of launching green taxonomy as well. So that can be incorporated as well. So there is a clear-cut case for financial innovation and debt reforms in Pakistan. What we need to do is we need to keep our financial vulnerability at hand. We need to look for key financial innovations using these green instruments, particularly the debt for climate swaps and transition credits that will provide a win-win situation for both Pakistan and China. So in terms of concluding this whole report, whole presentation, we need to shift from shifting financial engagement with China, particularly from B2B mode, G2G mode to a B2B mode of financing. If I give you an example, in G2G mode, we have got loan around 9 billion USDs from China and installed around 7,000 megawatts of imported coal capacity in Pakistan. And on the other hand, our community jumps in. They imported around 8 gigawatts of solar panels from China without any loan, without any strategic sort of G2G sovereign guarantee-based financial facilities. So if we allow competitive markets, business-to-business relationships work, I think we can have an efficient solution to Pakistan's debt problem, as well as Pakistan's capacity trap problem. So we need to have policy and institutional alignment, not just in Pakistan, but also with stakeholders in Pakistan, particularly Central Bank of Pakistan, having a direct connection with instruments like PBOC, Sinosure, where they can learn Chinese financial ecosystem and build an instrument that can work for benefit of Pakistan and China. With this, I thank you so much. Looking forward to insightful discussion of experts and comments on the reports. Thank you so much. Back to you, Tadla.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khalid, for very informative and rich presentation. Now we'll move to our session on repositioning Pakistan financial strategy through green instruments. And this session will be chaired by Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, former Governor, State Bank of Pakistan. And distinguished speakers include His Excellency Mr. Wang Shenji, Head of Political Section, Embassy of People's Republic of China to Pakistan, Mr. Shah Jahan Mirza, Managing Director, Private Power and Infrastructure Board, Mr. Hamid Sharif, former Managing Director, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, also President of Global Think Tank Networks, Dr. Yishin Sun, Professor, University of Bath, UK, Ms. Han Shen, Senior Researcher at International Institute of Green Finance, and Dr. Hassan Daud Bhatt, Senior Advisor, China Energy and Engineering, and he has joined us online. Now I'll hand over this session for moderation to my colleague Ubaid. Over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Sadi, and thank you so much for the experts for joining us. I think firstly, I think we have Dr. Khalid has presented a very good case for Pakistan. We'll kind of try to start with listening from one of our friends from China. Thank you so much, Han, for joining us all the way from Beijing. Ms. Han is currently working as a senior researcher, International Cooperation and Development Research Center at International Institute of Green Finance, IIGF. And Han will be presenting what the Chinese green financing ecosystem looks like. So if I can kindly request the MIS team to display the presentation of Han. And Han, if you can please join us on the stage, and warm welcome to Pakistan as well. Thank you.
Good morning, distinguished experts, guests, and colleagues. It is really my great honor to be here to present some Chinese experience on green finance. It is, very hard to be the first to speak this session, but I hope that from my presentation that we can, share some insights on what China did in the past few years on green finance. So my presentation consists of 3 parts. The first is the green fiscal instruments. The second one is green finance instruments. And the third one is some recommendations for the future. The first topic that I want to share today is how green fiscal instruments leverage public finance. So the key areas for fiscal support on public finance include clean energy, the green transition of industries, including the buildings, green transportation, etc., the supporting of green and low carbon technological innovation and capacity building, supporting of green and low carbon lifestyle and resource conservation and utilization, supporting the solidation and enhancement of carbon sink capacity, supporting the improvement of green and low carbon market system. So these are the areas of the Chinese green fiscal policy support. And some of the tools that of the green fiscal policy include the green fiscal transfer, green government procurement, and green tax. So first, the first tool is green fiscal transfer payments. In China's central payment budget, central level expenditure account about 30%, while the transfers to local government account for the other 70%. Within central level expenditures, green-related spending is mainly reflected in budget areas such as environmental protection, energy conservation, and emission reduction. So these budget allocations are usually relatively small comparing to the central to local transfer payments. So the second part is the central government's transfer to local governments. These parts constitute the main body of the central budget expenditure. It's usually much larger in scale than the central level green expenditure projects, and it often reaches tens of billions of RMB annually. The second tool of the fiscal green fiscal policy is the green government procurement. The government procurement is an important component of fiscal expenditure. China's government procurement system was launched in 2003, and by 2007, the framework for green procurement had been established. So on the screen is part of some of the green procurement policies that China has published. So green government procurement has also promoted the adoption of energy saving, water saving, environmentally friendly and recycled products, thereby advancing green and low carbon development. So the third tool of green fiscal policy is green tax. Green tax takes two forms. One is the tax constraints that make polluting activities more expensive. And the other one is tax credits that encourages production and exports of green recycled products. China has already implemented about 8 taxes to discourage polluting activities, such as the environmental protection tax, the vehicle and vessel tax, etc. And the tax incentives for pollution abatement and environmental protection has two purposes. On the production side, export tax rebates have been offered to green products, encouraging enterprises to expand production. And on the other side is the consumption side. Fiscal incentives such as the exemptions from vehicle purchase tax and vehicle and vessel tax have been provided for clean energy vehicles. So these green-related tax incentives have effectively guided enterprises and consumers to shift from passive to proactive emission reductions. So these are the first part that I want to share, which is the green fiscal policy. And the second part is the green finance instruments. On this slide is the policy foundations for green finance instrument. These are just some of the top-level policies published by the Chinese government, because policy lays the foundation for the creation of green finance instruments. From China's green finance system inaugurated in 2016. Since then, China's green finance market has gained fast growth. The introduction of a series of these top-level policy designs established clear guidance for green finance development, enabling green finance to play a more active role in resource allocation. So the second very important policy is on the monetary side. It's called the Carbon Emission Reduction Facility. So this tool is a structured monetary policy instrument created by the People's Bank of China in 2021, with the implementation period running through the end of 2027. So how does this policy work? So financial institutions provide carbon reduction loans with interest rates roughly aligned with the market benchmark LPR for about 1 year at 3% and 5 year at 3.5%. After lending these loans, the financial institutions then apply for a low interest rate funding about 1.75% from the PBOC and equal to 60% of the principals of the eligible carbon reduction loans they have already lent. So they lend to the enterprises first and then apply for the cheap funding from the PBOC secondly. So the purpose is to guide financial institutions to direct loans toward areas such as clean energy, energy conservation, and carbon reduction technology. So these are the 3 areas that this policy supports. And next is a very important foundation of the green finance systems in China, which is the green taxonomy. The taxonomy for cross-border capital flows most recently is the multi-jurisdiction common ground taxonomy, or MCGT. So in November 2024 at COP29, China, the EU, and Singapore launched the MCGT, building on the previous CGT. The MCGT identifies about 110 economic activities across 8 key areas that align with the climate mitigation consensus of the 3 parties. By integrating the taxonomy of the 3 parties, the MCGT established a unified framework for cross-border green investments, offering a common reference for market participants and paving the way for future jurisdictional inclusion. Because the green finance instruments in China include a lot of aspects, including green loans, green bonds, green funds, green insurance, carbon finance, etc. But due to time limit today, I'll focus on 2 green finance instruments, the green government bonds and the blended finance. For green government bonds, there are 2 forms. One is the green sovereign bonds, and the other one is green local government special purpose bonds. So one is on the national level, and the other one is on the local level. As on April the 2nd, 2025, the Ministry of Finance of China issued 6 billion RMB of green sovereign bonds in London. So this is the first green sovereign bond that China issues. So the issuance was met with strong demand from international investors. The second type of green government bonds is on the local level, the green local bonds. The green local bonds, the proceeds of green local bonds include transportation, infrastructure, energy projects, agriculture, forestry, and water conservation, etc. And the second green instruments that I want to talk about is blended finance. Blended finance combines concessional financing from public sources with the private sector capital. This model has proven effective in de-risking investment in markets that are perceived as high risk, thereby attracting private capital to finance large-scale projects. The advantages of blended finance include it can mobilize private capital, reduces risk, encourages market development, and creates impact. By creating impacts, we mean that it directs investment towards sectors that contribute to achieving SDGs and combating climate change. There's a very classic example in China that applies blended finance. So this is called the Shandong Green Development Fund. Shandong is a province in northern China. This fund is an excellent example of the application of green finance. So the scale of the fund is 1.5 billion euro, which consists of the seed capital of $400 million from international financial institutions, including ADB, AFD, KfW, and the Global Climate Fund, and $360 million from public sources, including the Shandong Development and Investment Holding Group and the Qingdao Municipal Government, and 740 million euros from private investors. And the next one is the structure of the development fund. So you can see on the top are the international financial institutions, and the second line is we have the public finance, including these two. The first one, the Shandong Development Investment Holding Group and the Qingdao Municipal Government, and the last two are the private capital. So the fund is an innovative financing model for catalyzing green finance and crowding in private capital into climate positive projects. The fund targets an allocation of 75% of financing for mitigation and 25% of adaptation to emphasize the priority of Shandong province to meet its tough carbon emission reduction targets. Another example is the Carrot hydropower project in Pakistan. It's also a very classic example of blended finance. It was financed by AFC, the China Development Bank, and the Silk Road Fund. The third part that I want to share today is the recommendations for enhancing financing for sustainability in Pakistan. So basically, we have 5 recommendations, and these 5 actually are the pillars of the green finance system in China. So these recommendations are for Pakistan regulators, including the State Bank of Pakistan, the Securities and Exchange Commissions of Pakistan, and the Ministry of Finance. So the goal of this recommendation is to accelerate the development of a sustainable financial system. The first one is develop a Pakistan green taxonomy, because taxonomy is the founding policy for green finance system. It defines what projects are aligned with the green finance, and it avoids greenwashing. I will elaborate on these 5 recommendations in the second roundtable discussion session. And the second recommendation is the mandate the phased and appropriate climate-related financial disclosure to enhance the transparency and risk management. And the third one is to use incentives and constraints mechanisms to make green finance commercially viable. And so it includes a mix of carrots and sticks to steer capital. And the fourth one is products and market system. The government of Pakistan should actively develop and diversify the green finance product and markets. And the last one is international cooperation. So this includes cooperation on knowledge, green finance knowledge, technology, and capital to strategically integrate into the global finance, green finance system. So these are the 5 recommendations for Pakistan to enhance financing for sustainability. And to conclude, by strengthening collaboration on green financial instruments, aligning taxonomies, and building capacity in the financial sector, China and Pakistan can achieve mutually beneficial outcomes and accelerate progress towards their shared sustainable development goals. So that's it for my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Han, for explaining the Chinese financial instruments that are there to support the low carbon development and also the interlinkages for Pakistan. And thank you for the recommendations. One thing that was found really relevant was the green taxonomy, that point that you mentioned, Han. And yes, that's almost on the cards. You'll shortly be seeing there is already the draft, and a lot of work has been done by the State Bank of Pakistan along with Ministry of Climate Change and some of the supporting partners and other relevant institutions in Pakistan. So yes, there's a lot of progress on that front as well. With this, let me come to Hamid Sharif Saab. Hamid Sharif Saab is currently the managing director of AIIB as well as he also kinds of is the president of the Global Think Tank Network as well. Thank you so much, Hamid Saab. If you could please join us. And Hamid Saab, based on the first two presentations you have heard from Dr. Khalid as well as Ms. Han, we really love if you can kind of shed how Pakistan can kind of leverage Chinese expertise within this system, and also what would be the role of these financing institutions such as the ADB and ADB as well. So over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, especially amongst friends. Good to see Dr. Shamshad Akhtar on the screen. I look forward to hearing from her. Dr. Abi Soleri, Mustafa, Zuberi Saab, old friends, and new friends from China. Welcome. Tajahao. I think we've heard a lot about China and its investments in green manufacturing. There's a very interesting report which just came out last week from Johns Hopkins University, the Net Zero Industrial Lab, and some very interesting facts about China's prowess, if you like, in green technologies. China is going out in a very big way. The numbers are very, very impressive. Chinese firms have pledged at least 227 billion in green manufacturing projects since just 2022. Think about it, just in 3 years. With high-end estimates would suggest maybe the figure is $250 billion. Now, this investment surge, to put it in context, surpasses the US Marshall Plan. At today's prices, US Marshall Plan would be about 200 billion. China, just in the last 3 years, has exceeded that. Over 80% of these projects, 387, were launched just after 2022, with 165 projects just announced last year. And approximately 88% of the total disclosed capital has actually been committed and invested. So begs the question, we claim very strong partnership, friendship with China. How much of that money has come to Pakistan? I would guess not very much. And I think this should give us a cause for some introspection, that why are we not able to get part of that action from China? And I would talk about 3 challenges, I think, which Pakistan faces, and then I'll get on to the financing aspects. But I think there are 3 challenges which we as Pakistanis have to wake up to. We have not sent the right signals about FDI. We do not seem to welcome foreign direct investment. Why do I say that? As a person who reads financial news at the FT or The Economist, the only news when it comes to FDI I read in the last 10, 15 years is Pakistan losing big in international arbitration tribunals. Rico Dick is in front of you. Or you get news like last week that Shanghai Electric, after struggling for more than 10, 12 years to try and buy and invest $1.7 billion in this country, has finally walked away. These are the realities which I think we have to wake up to. So what do we need to do? I think we need to, frankly, get rid of our top bureaucracy. which is not business oriented, unless there is a massive reform in the bureaucracy to have people who want Pakistan to develop and who want economic growth and industrialization in this country, I think it will be very difficult to persuade foreigners to come and invest here. We're already struggling to persuade Pakistanis to invest in this country. So I think we have to wake up. I think an aspect of that will be that we need, of course, to have consistent policies. I think a lot of the reports, the report that launched today at the end in very small script, it mentions this, that there is policy inconsistency. And no investor is going to invest in a country where they cannot be sure that policies will not be changed at every time there's a change in government, and of which we see quite a lot of changes in government. We need to also make sure we honor our promises, write contracts which you believe in and which you've vetted. And once you've signed them, even if it's a bad deal, make sure you stick to it. We don't do that. And hence the earlier mention of the exit cases, which we have massively lost. Then, of course, the overall environment, especially tax regime and FBR, I think has to be reformed so that businessmen feel that they are not being harassed. And related rent-seeking behavior from government officials, I think, has to come to an end. Do we have any government which is willing to do that? I leave that for your imagination. The second challenge I think we face is a very real one. We talk about trying to get green industries. Well, one of the green industries is solar panels. Now, solar panels require lots and lots and lots of energy. They're energy-intensive industries, and that's something we don't have. Our electricity cost is choking our industry. It is making our industry uncompetitive, and we have got ourselves into a bind. I know Dr. Ubaid and Dr. Khalid made presentations on this, but I think we're pretty far from a solution yet. Because unfortunately, with the IMF program, we're now wedded to simply cost recovery above anything else. And that, I think, kills all imagination. I think there has to be a very serious dialogue to unlock the electricity sector and to make sure that prices are affordable, not only affordable, but they make our industry competitive. I think that some people need to come together and put their heads together, and perhaps we need people like Dr. Shamshad to persuade the IMF to start thinking in a very different way. Which is not to say that we're asking for massive subsidies necessarily to the industrial sector, but I think we need a realistic approach in which, while we tackle the horrible problems of the IPP contracts, we're also able to move towards a solution which does not make our industry uncompetitive. The third challenge I think we face is we had lots of nice words about low carbon economy, and we want green industrialization. Well, as we've just heard from our Chinese colleague, it takes a lot of government capacity. I lived in China for 10 years. When I remember my first week in China, I was in a hotel. I looked across the road from the China World, and I couldn't see the other side of Chang'an, which is the big road in Beijing, because China had been the factory of the world. It had polluted itself. I could not literally see 50 yards ahead when I was in the hotel. But I went to China just in June, stayed there for a week, 10 days, blue sky every day. What did it take? It took a lot of planning. I remember when President Xi first took over, and within the first, I think, 2 weeks or so, he introduced the concept of ecological civilization, which Mustafa also referred to. But that wasn't just a slogan. That triggered immense thinking in every ministry, particularly the Ministry of Environment, with which I was with ADB, and we were working very closely with them. It took a lot of planning. So today, when we look at China, you will find at the local government level a carbon reduction plan, and officials will be held accountable to it. You'll find this at the provincial level, and of course, then you'll find it at the national level, and this takes a lot of planning. When I look at Pakistan, where is that capacity? Can you see that capacity in any of the ministries? I mean, I'd like to ask, how many people from any of the ministries are here? Anyone from Ministry of Finance? Anybody from Ministry of Climate Change? Nobody, right? And this is what's wrong, that we do not have people who are committed to actually changing anything. And I think we have to be very honest. We can write these reports. SDPI does a great job. It pulls together great experts. It will produce a good report. But what will it lead to? And Mustafa, I know his think tank also produces reports. But to what end? Where is the engagement with the government which will translate any of these ideas into action and bring change for you and me who live in Pakistan now? Can we really see that? Let me end up on two things I was specifically asked to focus on, that how can Pakistan access Chinese green financing? Well, I think the part of the group I've been with SDPI, we've spoken a lot about panda bonds, and I think that is the most obvious and the simplest thing which should be done, but we're struggling. My information is that we cannot propose projects. Shamshad and I have been in development for 30 years. One of the big problems in Pakistan is we don't have capacity to make bankable projects. And so when ADB or World Bank or any other donor comes, they have to provide technical assistance to the point where they have to provide a consultant to write the PC1. That is the state of our capacity. And the panda bond cannot be issued unless there are bankable projects which investors can see. Investors then want to make sure that money that they give for the panda bonds will actually flow into those projects, and that in the meantime, it will be parked in a place where it is green, so that the dollars from the bond, or the yuan rather, for RMB from the panda bond, will not be used in polluting industries. And to do all of that, I think at this stage, you will need very credible third-party monitoring. So these are the issues, I think, which are probably holding up the issues of the panda bond. The other way would be, of course, to have JVs with Chinese companies who can then access green credit lines from Chinese banks. But again, that goes back to the question, can we get JVs with Chinese companies in the environment which the Chinese investor faces today? I mean, we've had deaths of Chinese people in this country, and that's a very serious matter. We need to pay attention, and we need to ensure that Chinese investors and Chinese workers are safe. I know we've raised a whole division and so on, but the reality is that the net result isn't there. We're not seeing the sort of protection which we should. And we're also making it very expensive for Chinese businessmen to come here. If you're a Chinese national and you want to come and travel in Pakistan, our regulations require that you should be in a bulletproof car. Well, the problem is there aren't enough bulletproof cars. And number two, they're very expensive. So why should Chinese necessarily come and incur all this expense here? I think these are very, very serious questions to which we have to pay attention. Lastly, how can MDBs help? Well, I think, with something like the panda bond, of course, they would help with the partial credit guarantees to enhance the credit rating of Pakistan for the purposes of issuance of the bond. This is a well-known instrument which MDBs have had for decades. This was used recently in an Egyptian transaction. Egypt raised panda bonds, And AIB and the African Development Bank provided partial credit guarantees, which then raised the credit worthiness of Egypt and helped them to raise a substantial amount of money. I think MDBs can also help in building the capacity, but that capacity, I mean, usually sadly, when we talk about capacity from MDBs, and Shamshad and I have been on the other end, it usually means providing consultants who will come and do what really civil servants should have the capacity to do. And we may then hire very bright, educated people like yourselves to work with international consultants. But I think that doesn't actually develop capacity. It fills a gap and gives you an immediate solution, but it doesn't build capacity. So I hope that, when we talk about building capacity and taking assistance from MDBs like ADB or the World Bank, we will have the sense to make sure we take that money to create capacity in the future. So you build that capacity in Pakistani institutions, Pakistani universities, so that there are people who are then able to pass that knowledge on to others, and we start this process. Without that, I think we will be struggling. I know I'm short for time, so I'll end here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, indeed. Just touching upon the last point, that is the significance and the importance of strengthening the capacity. So I think this brings us one step before coming to Dr. Asian for concluding and his final closing. Let me invite His Excellency Mr. Wang Shengxi, the political section at the Embassy of People's Republic of China, Pakistan. Thank you, Excellency, for joining us, and so thank you.
Dr. Suleri, Executive Director of the SDPI, Dr. Akhtar, former Governor, State Bank of Pakistan, and also former Finance Minister, my brother Mustafa, Executive Director and for the Pak-China Institute, and also Dr. Khalid, and His Excellency Hamid Sharif, Mr. Dr. Sun Yixian, Ms. Chen Han, as well as Mr. Zuberi. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First, thanks of all for inviting me for this function, and also appreciate the efforts and endeavors made by the Dr. Suleri and your team. I think just as Mustafa rightly pointed out, that today's theme of the seminar rightly in line with the current situation as well as the need of the times. And both for Pakistan and China, we are actually on the stage of going through the development while trying to pursue it for the global and green development. And in which, when it comes to the CPEC, which is under the upgraded versions, we do witness huge potential as well as the self-driven motivations to enhance our green cooperation in this field. So that's why I'm saying that it reflects the forward-looking vision of the SDPI as well as the professionalism of the think tank. And I have to admit, for this part, the green financing, the topic is a little bit professional to me as a layman. But I'm very glad that we have the honor that two Chinese background scholars here at present. So when you refer to in-depth analysis, please find their presentations. But of course, I'm also did my homework. And during the process, preparing this speech, actually, I'm very glad and honored to find that China has its advantages as well as made some achievements, which I think would also benefit for the cooperation with Pakistan as well as with other regional stakeholders. And we all know right now, the global green development is facing some challenges. First, of course, is the anti-globalization and protectionism. And we all know where the root cause is, right? And second, for the global South countries, actually, they are on the huge gap for the financing and investment part. And of course, moreover, they are actually suffering from the multiple challenges, both to achieve economic development as well as to addressing the climate change. But somehow, as we can see, because China and Pakistan this year are suffering from the floods, so it also shows some the urgency for us to jointly tackle these problems. And for this reason, as you all know, and some people has already mentioned, that the Chinese government set a target as to achieve the carbon peak in the year or before the year 2030, and also the carbon neutrality in the year of 2060. And you know the way that Chinese government conducts, it's not that bureaucracy thing. And when we set the goals and we do it, and all the society as well as all the factors of production have been all put in to achieve this target. And we also hit some progress. Right now, China is the world's largest EV market and producer, right? And also this half of this year, the first half of this year, actually the sales also hit a 40% increase. And also the social consumption for electricity, 1/3 of it comes from the green power. And the forest coverage is exceeding 25%. And Hamid Sharif just pointed out the air quality. And I'm very glad to share with you that right now, the good care, the proportion of the days actually remains stably at around 87%. So glad that we have seen the blue skies, right? And also the topic about the green financing, we have experienced some of the toolboxes and also try to expand it with the innovations. And actually, I also prepared myself a list of the figures and facts, but I know on such occasions, few people take the notes, so I try to make it short. Just remember, right now, China is the largest green credit market, as well as the largest green bond market, as well as we managed to set up the largest carbon emission trading systems that covers the largest greenhouse emissions. So these are some of the concepts, but I do believe that these all serve as a good solutions as well as resources for countries like Pakistan and all the other green or other global south countries to tackle the green financing as well as achieve the green development. So as you all know that the President Xi Jinping has recently raised new initiatives called Global Governance Initiatives. And ahead, we also have the Green Global Development Initiatives, and in which to achieve the green development and to manage the global climate governance is a very important component. And China is committed to expand our green international cooperation. Besides the green financing, we would also try to improve the policy systematic integrating, the partnership building, as well as some practical cooperations, so as to produce more public goods, as well as inject Chinese momentums into these global campaigns for sustainable development and to addressing the climate change. And in this field, in particular, I have to point out that China will always term Pakistan as the priority partner in the future. And I would like also to raise these issues from three perspectives. First, to enhance the policy framing and mechanism integrating. Both at the bilateral and multilateral fronts, actually, we do have a list of the important documents, statements, so as to serve the political foundations as well as the policy guarantees for this kind of the cooperation. And you must notice that during the recent successful visit of Prime Minister Shahbaz to China, and the two governments actually issued the action plan to foster an even closer China-Pakistan community with shared future in the new era, targeting the next 5 years, starting from 2025 to 2029, and in which it also indicates to pursue a strategic roadmap to deepen the alignment of the CPEC 5 corridors with the Pakistan program centered on the 5 E's framework. So in the 5 corridors, one is the green corridor, and the 5 E's, one is the environment and climate change. So we have to synergize the two endeavors into one. And also in this action plan, it also states that to strengthen dialogue and cooperation on climate, joint hands in addressing the challenges of the climate change, and work to build a fair and equitable system of global climate governance for win-win cooperation. And this is for the bilateral perspective. And at the multilateral platforms, I would say first that we have to try to mobilize the resources on the framework of the Belt and Road initiatives. And there was a mechanism called Belt and Road International Green Development Coalition. So why not to synergize it with the Green CPEC Coalition? I think this is something that we can move on. And also we can make best use of the green investment and financing partnerships, also under the BI framework. And the SCO also serves as good platforms. And in recent Tianjin summit, they have published the statement about the green industry cooperation, stating that to attract more investment and provide the technical assistance. And also there was another statement regarding the energy sustainable development and try to promote the fair and sustainable energy development mode. So we also have to utilize these resources and mechanisms on the framework of the SCO. And moreover, there is the Silk Road Fund that has existed $20 billion of the investment. And there was also another called Global Development and South-South Cooperation Fund, which also already used $1.2 billion into addressing the climate change. And also the AIB and the New Development Bank, as well as the SCO bank consortiums, these are all the resources and the mechanism that we can integrate and utilize. So this is for the first part. And second, we should strengthen match-up making and plural engaging. We have to encourage the wide range of the green cooperation and try to find some of the early harvest projects to set up the examples, including to develop the green infrastructure like the solar or the hydropowers, so as to safeguard the power supply of Pakistan, as well as to optimize its power structure, and to develop the green transportation like the orange lines in Lahore, that is the urban trail transit systems, and also the EVs and the EV bus services. And we can expand the green industry to promote the photovoltaic and also the power storage and the green farming systems, and as well as to develop the localized green industrial chains. And we have to make use of the green technology and to promote the smart grid and recycling technologies, as well as, of course, the green financing, and to set up the carbon market. And I think one of the endeavors we can figure out whether it can be feasible, that is to issue the CPEC green bond. So this might be also another solutions for the green financing part. And the last part is, of course, the capacity buildings. There is a program called the Green Silk Road Envoy programs. So we can also use this multilateral as well as some bilateral existing mechanisms to train the talents, so as well to build up some professional teams in this field. And another is called plural engaging. Of course, when the CPEC comes to the upgraded versions, it should not always have the government to play the central roles. Actually, we should mobilize all the relevant players, including the financial institutions, the think tanks, the medias, and all the relevant stakeholders to have deeper coordinations. And we can have more seminars like this, and also roundtable talks and forums, so as to expand the rooms for cooperation in the future. And in this area, personally, I think the EV industry can be one of the most achieving part, because recently I've noticed that the Pakistan government just released the new electric vehicles policy 2025 to 2030, and also the rollout of Pakistan accelerated vehicle electrification called PAVE scheme. And this is, I think, will also inject or custom the confidence for the market. And Hamid just mentioned about the importance of the think tank in this policy-making process. Personally, I should say that because this policy, actually, I found another think tank's names on the front page of the policy paper. Hopefully, next time when we drafting some policies, we can find some China or CPEC-related think tanks can provide these policy recommendations. And when it comes to the implementation part, the policy can also reflect our needs and our understanding about the situations. And I'm also glad to learn that many Chinese EV brands like the MG, BYD, and Li Eco, these are all the investors that try to set up their layout in the Pakistan market. I'm sure that in the future, we will expect to have a flourishing booms of the EV corporations in the foreseeable future. And third is try to promote the narrative building and rule setting. The Chinese government policy states out that we have to proactively cope with the climate change and involving the Paris Agreement, and also in the formulation of the rules for the carbon market mechanisms, so as to achieve the fair and just transmissions for the global green and low carbon industries. And right now, China is incorporating with BLI, the Belt and Road Initiative's countries, and in the mutual recognitions for the green products, as well as the energy saving certificate standard, and also try to increase or decrease the systematic cost for the green cooperation. And we try to enhance our exchanges with all other countries or partners, the carbon market, as well to achieve the international recognitions for the technology, methods, standards, and data. And because, as I just said, that China and Pakistan all belong to the Global South campaign, so we have to get united and try to, one of the endeavors, I would say, to secure the financing for the loss and damage fund, which was initiated by the Pakistani government. I think we do have a huge gap between right now the reality and our expectations. But the reason is, of course, try to stand up forward and grasp the right to say for the green development, and so as to safeguard our own interests. So let me just review my structure, that is starting from the policy framing and mechanism integrating, and followed by the matchup making and the plural engaging, and then comes to the narrative building and the rules formulation. So these are some of the ideas that I would like to share with you. To conclude, I would say that through the joint efforts made by China and Pakistan, we hope that Pakistan can address the issue of the power shortages and to achieve the upgrade of the industries and enhance the climate resilience, as well as to create more and more green development opportunities, and to become the model country for regional green cooperation, as well as leading force to achieve the sustainable development among the Global South countries. So thank you all.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Now, just in interest of time, and before coming to our session chair and for the special remarks to Dr. Shamshad, let me invite Dr. Ishan Sun for his final interventions and the closing of this discussion. So Dr. Ishan Sun is currently the professor at the University of Bath, UK, and also the lead of the SGAIN project, of which SAP has a partner, that is the sustainability governance of Chinese infrastructure in Pakistan. So thank you so much, Dr. Ishan, for joining us all the way from UK. And if I can also request the MIS team to kindly display his few slides. Yes, thank you.
Right, just waiting for the. Right. Okay. Okay. It's here, right? Okay. All right, so yeah, I think it's not easy to speak after so many distinguished speakers. Firstly, I want to thank my colleagues from SDPI for putting this conference together. It's always nice to visit Pakistan and see so many people with a lot of enthusiasm, and especially I think to think about how, given that there's so many challenges we're facing, but we're still very hopeful to think about how we can make our world more sustainable. Of course, I think we have to think about some very urgent issues. So, yeah, what I'm trying to do here is really trying to give some very high-level remarks regarding like what's the future of thinking about the challenges on global governance and what's the future for Pakistan, how Pakistan can leverage its relationships with China to think about our green future. And then I think ultimately like what we can do. I think, of course, colleagues have already mentioned a lot of specific instruments. So I'm not going to discuss more in detail, but I think what I'm trying to push us to think about is like where we can start and then what we need, and then maybe something that Pakistan can learn from the experiences of China. So I think I want to just highlight 3 points. I think the first point, let's start with the challenges that the country is facing, especially I think we talk a lot about energy, the energy crisis. And then, of course, now I think we have some momentum over the last 2 years through this solar boom. But still, I think that creates also new problems. So we'll have opportunity to discuss this more. But let's just go back to see what happened in the last maybe 20, 30 years in this country. Of course, I think what we have seen is some chaotic or some unstable development in the energy sectors. Of course, I think the government has tried to fix a lot of problems since the liberalization of the power sector. So I think, of course, we try to meet the energy demand with more supply. And then, of course, I think in the early 2010s, with the energy crisis and trying to also bridge the gap between the energy supply and energy demand. And then, of course, what we have seen is a massive addition of new power generation capacity. And then, I think obviously what we have seen is actually there's more power stations added, especially trying to explore the local coal. But at the same time, I think now we have this overcapacity issue. It's kind of like it's about how to predict rightly predict the energy demand and think about what kind of supply do we need. So I think what we see from more kind of a climate governance perspective to think about how we can manage this risk, these challenges. So yeah, here we in one of our study with my PhD student Faisal Sharif, we look at the countries the asset added in terms of whether it's energy climate forcing, basically more kind of fossil fuel assets, and also like climate mitigating assets. So what we have seen is actually with this energy crisis in 2006, 2007, then for around like 5-6 years, the government trying to have some quick fix, is trying to add new capacity, especially to think about what are the natural resources that we can explore. Then obviously we add a lot of new fossil fuel fossil fuel assets, but at the same time, what happened actually in the global energy market is renewable prices went down, and clean energy transition has actually accelerated so much. And at the same time, then we are actually moving to a kind of carbon lock-in with this, especially coal-fired power station built in the country. So what we can do with that. So I think this is where we are now, but it's a very tricky problem. Of course, I think there are some, just let me try. I think some opportunity to see, especially with the solar. So we'll have opportunities to discuss, but of course there are also other problems. So I think this is what I think the country may have learned. And of course, as a foreigner, I'm not trying to offer any advice, but I think what we can say is really to think about a long-term strategic planning. I think this is what I think everyone agreed in a sense that we think we have to think about the future, not trying to just looking at some quick fix. So I think in our analysis about the energy policy in the last 20 or 30 years, what I would call is kind of a policy myopia, trying to think about what we can do immediately. So trying to get some easy fix, but not think about the long-term goals. We know the country has a very ambitious clean energy transition targets, for example, to achieve 60% of renewables share in the energy mix. And of course, we are currently developing the new NDCs that must be also even more ambitious. But then, of course, given the situation we are, I think we really have to think about how we can achieve that. So what are the pathways to these very ambitious goals? So I think what the country needs, and not only this is for Pakistan, also I think drawing on the work we do in many other global South countries is very clear long-term strategies, and then to think about what are the different steps in order to achieve that. I think this is what we need to think about positioning Pakistan's financial situation aligning with green development or green transition. And then I think thinking about the relationship between Pakistan, China, and then thinking about the CPEC 2.0 or from CPEC 1.0 to CPEC 2.0, I think what I'm trying to say is also the role of China has changed in global governance, especially with the launch of the Belt and Road Initiative, but also all has happened over the last few years. I think accelerated this kind of the rise of China as a global environmental leader. So I think what I'm trying to show, especially a few publications I've done this year, is trying to think or consider how China can really become a leader. So what kind of leadership China can offer in global environmental and climate space. So I think this is just some data my team has developed, trying to look at the initiative that China has developed over the last 30 years in cross-border environmental governance or environmental cooperation. I think we have seen a very clear trend with more and more initiative led by China or created by China in environmental governance, not only bilateral. Of course, there are a lot of bilateral initiatives here, but also a lot of transnational initiative involving non-state actors as well. So not just government to government, but also businesses, industry associations, civil society groups as well. I mean, they all stand up to take the lead to work with different countries. So also Chinese government also become more inclusive to collaborate with civil society and the non-state actors around the world. And then if we look at the scope of this initiative, also interesting to see a lot of initiative now trying to operationalize at a global scale. That means also China trying to project its ambitions more globally, not focusing on region. For example, of course, we have a lot of bilateral initiatives here, but in like multilateral space, China also leads a sustainable finance group in G20. That's more on the multilateral side to think about what are kind of new practices, regulatory frameworks that we can put to promote green finance or sustainable finance, partly drawing on China's own experiences, but also to discuss and collaborate with other countries. Or at the transnational level, some Chinese industry associations or business actors have been also very proactive to promote some common standards, especially on the ESG or sustainability area. So I think this is a new trend, and that means also there will be new opportunities to think about how countries can work with China. So what kind of collaborative initiative that can be further developed. I think at the same time, we have to think about the question of the political economy question. So as we know, I think government guidance is very important for Chinese businesses when they have operations overseas. I think then if we think about what happened in the last 10 years, I think probably one of the most important shift in China's global strategy or overseas engagement strategy is to greening its overseas investments, such as through the Green Belt and Road policy. But this is not only the Green BRI, but also the various policies that have been made. I think a major shift is also the pledge made in 2021 to stop financing overseas coal-fired power plants. And we have seen that government also its financial institutions have largely delivered the promise. So we haven't seen any new power plants agreed, and so financing agreement made afterwards. Although there are some, I think there are still some issues in terms of captive power, but that's very specific and also was not clearly defined in the pledge. And so that means also we have seen this shifted from, of course, I think what we know is China still very much stick with this non-intervention principle in its overseas engagement. So not trying to add any conditions or request host government to do certain things. But at the same time, this is why I think linking to my first point is to really up to the host government or countries to decide what are their long-term strategic view, and then trying to work with China to plan along that line. But at the same time, we know this shift from coals, so from the coal phase out to more renewables, and that means also there are more opportunities in the clean energy space. And then how to tap into that opportunities. I think that's also what Pakistan needs to think about, especially in CPEC 2.0. So one thing I want to mention is also, we had mentioned earlier about climate finance. And China is not a donor country in UNFCCC, but at the same time, China's approach to climate finance is very much voluntary, I think largely bilateral collaboration, cooperation with different host countries. So actually, I think there are various data or databases have been created. Also, one of my PhD students had also done some research. So what we look at also is China's finance in climate-related project around the global south. And then actually we see in the existing data, Pakistan, there are quite a few, so Pakistan is a very important host countries of China's climate finance. But that means also China is willing to provide more finance to support climate mitigation, adaptation, and the loss and damage. But the question is, this is not a random selection. So the question is how recipient countries can better engage and then try to attract this climate finance from China. I think our econometric analysis shows that actually the governance and implementation capacity matters. So that means countries have very strong domestic governance system and very high implementation capacity can better attract Chinese climate finance. I think that connects to some points raised by speakers earlier. So we need more engagement from the government, and also we need stronger commitment, and also shows the capacity that the government can help donors or investors to implement implement these projects. So I think, of course, there have been some issues from the first 10 years of CPEC, but I think still we have seen a lot of projects have been materialized. I think the question is how we can show or demonstrate this, showcase or demonstrate the impact or the performance on the outcome of these projects, and that can give more confidence to donors, to investors. I think this is also an important question. So I think this is where the opportunity lies, and this is also where Pakistan can work with China. And then coming to my last point, I think my last point is really if we all agree that we want a green future, we need this transition. And then the question is how Pakistan, as an important country in the global south, can start its journey. I think here, I think what I'm offering is I don't think there is a manual that every country can learn, and also I don't think China is kind of projecting a China model to other countries. But I think what we can confidently say is that there is something that can be learned from the experiences of China. So China was a poor country 50 years ago. Even when I grew up in China, I think that was not like today. I think we still was still low income countries in the early 90s. And then, of course, I think what we have seen is so many changes happened. So now I think if we think about renewable or clean technology, China obviously is a dominant player in this space. And at the same time, I think what we have seen is renewables or clean techs have become a driver of the economy. So I think it's really trying to think strategically. It's, of course, partly is to meet our net zero goals or to achieve this transition, but partly it's also about economic competitiveness. I think this is kind of lessons learned from China. So 20 years ago, it has already considered this as a solution or as a path to leapfrogging in terms of the competition with developed countries, and think about how to position its industry and upgrade its industries along global value chains. So I think today this is a very recent data collected by colleagues at the Center for Research on Energy and Clean Air. I think the shift, the figures show in the last 2 years is now actually clean techs account for more than 10% of the of China's GDP. But this has not happened overnight, right? So I think, as I said, it's cumulative outcome of the efforts in the last 20 years. I think, again, going back or linking back to the point I mentioned earlier, I think this is why I think we need long-term strategic planning for Pakistan as well, to think about what we can learn, and then we need an ecosystem. So I think what we have seen, this is the final outcome, but what happened before this is trying to also, with this long-term strategic planning, then we have different instruments, whether it's through financing and different at the national and local levels, and also setting the incentives for companies. I think this is also very important through different financial instruments. So I don't think we should copy, because I think context matters. So every country has its own situation and context, but something that can learn is think about what we need to do. So then with this long-term strategic planning, then we can think about what are the incentives that we need to investors, to local businesses, and set up right the incentives using different instruments. And now, of course, we also need an innovation system. This is what China has done. So it's not just China produce or manufactures these technologies, it innovates as well. I think a lot of patents have been generated. That means also we need this kind of nexus between academic research and industrial developments. So really trying to build connections and then promote research and development. I think if we have this planning and then with the ecosystem, and then things will, I think, will happen. I think what the outcome that we expect may happen. So I think this is something I want to just put on the table, and also to conclude the discussion here. I think we need to, we need to develop a roadmap. I think in the afternoon, we're going to discuss more specifically on the solar industry, because I think this is where we see some opportunities may have. But overall, I think we need this very, very important roadmap for the countries to repositioning its financial strategy. I think everyone agrees that we need a green future, a more sustainable future. And then let's start this journey. So I just want to finish here. I think we still have some remarks, but if you're interested in our work, please feel free to follow us. And we also work very closely with SDPI for our work in Pakistan, but also we convene some research and dialogues with our partners around the world. So this is just a conference we organized recently in Bath in June, and we look forward to more conversation, and also, of course, to offer, I think, more recommendations if we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ishian, for your placing the trust in SDPI as well. And with this, let us come to a session chair and the special remarks from Dr. Shamshad Akhtar, the former governor of the State Bank of Pakistan. And Dr. Shamshad is also has been the chairperson of Board of Directors of Pakistan Stock Exchange, former caretaker finance minister. She has served various positions at the United Nations as well as multiple multilateral development banks, World Bank and Asian Development Bank as well. So thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. And with this, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. And it's almost afternoon. So good afternoon to all of you from Karachi. Distinguished guest, first of all, my tribute to SDPI. It is a phenomenal domestic think tank. It has been instrumental in supporting research on pertinent topics for Pakistan's sustainable development and its low carbon future. And I'm proud to have been affiliated with them off and on through different modalities. My warm welcome to our Chinese colleagues who have had value addition in this report. Their perspective on China's policy and practices would add value to how we rejuvenate green transition in Pakistan's industrial development. I have to also recognize my colleague, friend, and brother, Hamid Sharif, with whom I have spent innumerable years and have been deliberating on development agenda, and often have had the misgivings that he shared with you all. And I think there was a lot of thought-provoking points that he raised, so I'm not going to repeat. Suffice to say that it's something we should really reflect on in the next sessions that we have at the SDPI. I have become a great advocate of climate change dynamics and climate finance. And in fact, most of my recent research has been a comprehensive paper on Pakistan's climate change, one of its kind, which then has been used by the government as well as others to talk about climate change issues in Pakistan and the failure of why climate finance doesn't get where it ought to go. Another piece of work that I did was in collaboration with London SWAS Center, which was on Asia Pacific climate change dynamics, and to talk about the debt distress that it aggravates and how do we really achieve a debt resolution mechanism. As you all may know, that United Nations or the international platform, there is a G20 initiative that is trying to develop a common framework to resolve the debt distress of the economy. And I could spend days and ends talking about how it has not been able to deliver to the promises that it has, because everybody has to contribute and no one wants to contribute. And I don't want to finger point any country, but it is a very sad story. If you actually also see the United Nations Secretary General's interventions, he has spoken very passionately about the climate crisis that is already reached its tipping point. And as is evident from not only the financial, but most of all, the human losses that the floods have caused. Sustainability, of course, needs to be anchored across the economies, and most of all in context of Pakistan. Climate vulnerabilities are glaring. What is CPEC doing about it? I fail to find an answer, not because China is a reluctant contributor, but it's because the governments, as Hamid's mentioned, have failed to develop and strategize their priorities. And I think it has to be number one priority for any country. Climate inaction could cost Pakistan $250 billion by 2030 and US dollar 1.2 trillion by 2050. A climate shock will lead to a 3% decline in GDP over almost 1.5 decades, which would remain well below its steady state after the shock. Now, turning to investments in green transition, I think everybody has talked about its imperative, but has this been harnessed through transformation of CPEC corridor, as this flagship initiative offers an opportunity for Pakistan to learn on how to structure and govern green transition? I haven't been able to put my finger on precisely how do you really rejuvenate this area. There are, of course, a lot of things one can talk about, but this is a very short conversation that we are having. But I have to tell you, I have been associated with China for almost 4 decades of my career in different capacities. I think China means very well for its client countries, but it's the client countries which fall short of defining their priorities and navigating China to put the money where it needs. So then China ends up financing power, and a lot of this power has polluted Pakistan's corridors. Is it a fault of China or is it fault of Pakistan? I think you all are smart enough to figure this out. China has been able to develop a lot of smart energy solution, smart industry, smart transport system, and it is on the technological frontier, innovating and innovating. This vital infrastructure and innovation has contributed to socio-economic growth of a lot of Asian corridors. It has stimulated job creation and improved connectivity through a lot of corridors across the region. Now, of course, there is need for underpinning Pakistan's ecosystem and industry through transformation to green transition. I have been affiliated with a lot of private think tanks that have been thinking on how to green Pakistan. Of course, if I were to give you a list of the initiatives that Pakistan has had, they're all Pakistani-driven initiatives. Planting thousands of trees, mangroves, this and that. There are lots of, I think, almost 20 initiatives. Is China involved in any one of them? No. Has it tried to catalyze and magnify this? No. Is it China's fault? Is it Pakistan's fault? You can guess for yourself. I think Pakistan doesn't know what it wants to green Pakistan. It does these things just because one leader says one thing and the leader goes out and then another leader comes and the leader is redefining. There is no consistency, longevity of the policies in Pakistan. China, of course, in contrast, with the leadership consistency, has been able to carry not just BRI, but CPEC in accordance with where it sees it can contribute. So let me try to see what I have been able to infer from the key findings and analysis of SDPI and try to see if I can offer some insights into these trends. First, 71% of Chinese investments in Pakistan, close to 28 billion, were heavily concentrated in the energy sector. This investment has been instrumental in adding capacity and addressing long-standing energy shortages. It has not been invested in greening, Yes, of course, there has been a lot of work in the renewable sector, and Chinese companies have played a role. But at the same time, Chinese companies have shortchanged a lot of the Pakistan industry and Pakistan's citizens because the cost of this has been extremely high. I was one of the first to get my house solarized, and I know how expensive this was. And I obviously didn't want to go for credits because that was adding to the cost. So let me move to the second point after talking about the 78% of Chinese investments concentrated in energy sector. These sizable investment, Pakistan's have posed significant challenge to Pakistan's external debt and fiscal pressures. Our external debt has reached 130.85 billion as of fiscal year 2023 to 24, with 28.79 billion of this owed to China, representing 72% of Pakistan's total external debt. In fiscal year 2023-2024, Pakistan allocated 667 million for debt servicing to China, including 420 million in interest payments to North and to Punjab is very expensive. And we are, of course, bearing the burden of the subsidies. I am the chair of Sui Southern Gas Company, and it has been a nightmare resolving this issue across the geography of Pakistan. My fourth point, green financing is no longer a niche, but a central pillar of global financial system that helps fund the transition to a low-carbon, sustainable global economy. For countries like Pakistan, green finance represents a crucial opportunity to secure capital for projects that align with both economic growth and environmental sustainability. I have championed this through a private think tank group, and we had set up a credit enhancement institution, which is working very well, and it is able to leverage through the credit enhancement it offers. Of course, there's a cost of it, but it also is mitigated, but it's also financed by different players. So it's not too difficult to leverage environmental sustainability in Pakistan if one is serious about it. My fifth point, green finance provides Pakistan with the opportunity to finance sustainable development projects without further increasing our burden. Instruments like sustainability-linked bonds, green bonds, and blended finance structures offer a pathway to attract climate-aligned capital for low-carbon projects. China is a leader in all this, of course. By focusing on green finance, Pakistan can reduce its reliance on expensive commercial loans, which often carry high interest rates, and expose the country to currency and interest rate risks. This is where Pakistan should go and discuss with China how they can help leverage sustainability-linked bonds. Sixth point, innovative financial tools such as debt for nature swaps and transition credits offer a way to reduce Pakistan's debt while funding green projects and provide a flexible mechanisms to address legacy debt obligations and finance Pakistan's transition to low-carbon economy. There was some issue with the government about not wanting to go for debt for nature swaps in the Ministry of Finance while I was the minister, and I gave them international developing country experience and talked about how little countries have been able to exploit these swapping arrangements and get some relief for them. China has rapidly emerged as a global leader in green finance, making substantial strides towards climate smart investments across the world. In 2024 alone, China's outbound green energy investment under BRI reached 11.8 billion, a 60% increase from the previous years. China's dominance in sectors like renewable energy, electric vehicles, solar panels, and batteries has enabled it to help its partners transform themselves, and Pakistan in certain areas has been a beneficiary of this, with, of course, private sector involvement. Effective strategization can allow Pakistan to access a vast pool of green capital, helping to fund renewable energy projects and low carbon infrastructure, while also mitigating the fiscal pressures stemming from traditional debt. Over time, green finance can alleviate fiscal strain and address environmental challenges by issuing green bonds and adopting green finance mechanism. Pakistan can secure long-term, low-cost capital to fund green development projects without adding substantially to their debt burden. Let me conclude. Leveraging CPEC 2 presents undoubtedly a unique opportunity to focus on green industrialization in Pakistan. I have to tell you how much we really worked hard to get Pakistan authorities to understand how special economic zones work in both China as well as in more successful economies of Asia. But I don't know why we cannot get it right. Special economic zones have centered on clean technology, and Pakistan can foster the growth of green industries within a kind of ring-fenced manner and have solar panel manufacturing, electric vehicle production, and renewable energy within the SEZs. And some steps have been taken, but it is not something to be extremely proud of because our footprints are still very limited. SEZs, of course, can serve as hubs for low-carbon industrial development, attracting green investment. That will help reduce Pakistan's footprints, not only within the SEC, but set an example to create an sustainable industrial base. To fully capitalize green finance, Pakistan must align its regulatory frameworks with international standards, particularly those set by China's green finance ecosystem. And I have been on the platform of China when these foundations were being laid for the green financing, the institutions that have been set up, very impressive, and also how to structure green bonds and green instruments. With right mix of green finance mechanism, including sustainability-linked bonds, debt for nature swaps, and green bonds, we can finance our transition to a low-carbon, sustainable economy without further burdening our financial system. Climate financing pathways require what I call a whole-of-economy approach to drive inclusive socioeconomic development for Pakistan. The National Climate Finance Strategy should include a midterm national climate financing plan for both public and private sectors, backed by targets for climate financing sources and instruments, and priority focus areas of mitigation, adaptation, and disaster recovery plans based on cost and time excess efficiencies. To me, it should be simple because the material has been provided to them. I have provided to Climate Ministry several copies of this work that has been done both in Pakistan, Asia, and other international evidence. I think it's time the government should lay out a focused strategic approach towards maximizing and optimizing international financing backed by robust green financing. Blended financing mechanism like de-risking tools, concessional loans, etc. should facilitate leveraging adaptation and resilience projects. I was able to convince UK to get a study out very fast on blended finance mechanism for Pakistan. That's out there to help Pakistani authorities. To attract targeted green and climate financing, Pakistan needs to nurture local green financial markets and innovative green financing tools and solutions. ESG ratings and ESG index by capital market participants, which we are working on, will facilitate participation of local and international institutional investors, asset managers, and mutual funds, leading to a new sustainable stream of climate finance. As macroeconomic indicators continue to improve in 2025 in Pakistan, green sukuks, an Islamic instrument that owes its origin at the Islamic Development Bank. When I was the central bank governor, we laid foundations for green sukuks and the Islamic issuance of securities can be more attractive to both local and international participants and can play an instrumental role towards climate financing. Establishing and participating in carbon markets, on which there's a lot of work that has been done, and I recently sent a report to the Climate Ministry, will generate additional financial resources, mobilizing private sector financing, driving investment in sustainable projects, and accelerating meeting Pakistan's nationally committed climate targets. Pakistan can provide tax incentives for green investments, including tax credit or accelerated depreciation for green investments, and can consider concessionary rates for the import of equipment and materials used in green projects. If we can have concessional duties on importation of Mercedes for government authorities, why can't we really deploy this mechanism for where it's needed. Given the challenges and opportunities, it is critical for China and Pakistan to shift its focus towards green finance to fund sustainable projects in renewable energy and local carbon infrastructure. Together, we can create a greener, more prosperous future for Pakistan. Thank you for inviting me. I'm sorry I couldn't be physically there for personal reasons, but I have enjoyed listening to every speaker who has brought in value addition to this platform. Thank you so much to SDPI and particularly to the Executive Director, who is a longtime friend and a colleague. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam, for initially highlighting the significance why we need a whole of an ecosystem approach for the green finance and then providing us the way forward for that. And thank you so much for highlighting these recommendations that you mentioned. And I think with this, it brings us to the close of the first session. We'll be going for almost 10-12-minute break and then reconvening for the discussion, because fully understanding you have a lot of questions, so we'll definitely be taking them with the experts. But with this, let us go for the, yes, let me invite our first plenary speakers to please join us on the stage for a group photo. Yeah, please, Hamir Saab, Ishan Saab, and Harun Sharif Saab, if you're please do join us here. So yeah, no. No worries. We'll be taking you first thing in the next, starting in the next session here. And also just to kind of mention while the speakers are joining us today, we're also launching a report on the Greening Pakistan's Special Economic Zones, Technical Roadmap and Policy Lessons from China. And that book would be launched in the second session. Yeah, so please, Han, please join us. Mustafa, please do join us. Yeah. Mr. Wang, Dr. Ishan, Dr. Abid. Please, Mustafa, please. Yeah, yes, please. Please. If I could also request Dr. Abid to present a research report, which we'll be launching to Mr. Wang. We'll be launching this in the next session. So yeah, please. And we're the authors of the report. Aisha? Thank you. Sarah? Sarah. Thank you. Please join us for the tea. Yeah.
The pursuit of making money there. It's endless. I know. So that course will end tomorrow. So it's a 3 days course.
Yes, I think
So I was today's keynote speaker.
Very thoughtful that you come to the stage, standing by my side.
Assalamu alaikum. If I can request everyone to please come back to the seats. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you so much, everyone. If you can please join us back. We'll be starting with going towards second session, in which we'll initially have a keynote address from Mr. Haroon Sharif, who's the chairman of Pakistan Regional and Economic Forum, followed by a roundtable discussion in which we'll be taking a lot of questions from our speakers. And in this roundtable, we'll be taking comments from all of you who are interested, but we specifically have Mr. Asif Iqbal, who's the Director of Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan, SCCP. We have Mr. Suhail Malik, who's a technical team lead at the Climate Resourcing Coordination Center. We have Ms. Han Shen, who's from IIGF. We have Mr. Mohammad Naeem Javed, who's the head of Project Finance and Equity Advisory at the Bank of Punjab. We have Dr. Umesh Abdur Rahman. He's a Senior Associate of Renewable Energy Technologies at Renewables First. And if I can kindly request our speakers to please join us at the front desk. And Dr. Christoph, Umesh, is Dr. Christoph online? He'll be joining us shortly as well. So Dr. Ishan, and if I can also request the colleagues to please join us back on the roundtable discussion, please. Thank you. It's Dr. Ishan Zubaisab. If I can kindly request you to please join us on the front stage, we'll be starting shortly. So yeah, people settle down. So once again, welcome back everyone to this to the second part of the first session on the green finance for Pakistan's clean energy transition. Towards the first session, we have been looking into a lot of different equipments, the finance ecosystem at both China as well as Pakistan's front. So thank you so much. And for this session, let me kind of set the agenda again. We'll initially be starting with a keynote address from Mr. Haroon Sharif, who's the chairman of Pakistan Regional Economic Forum, and then moving towards a roundtable discussion, which will be going more of in a discussion format. So without any further ado, let me invite Haroon Sharif Saab, if you can please join us at the podium for the initial keynote. After that, we'll be moving towards a roundtable. Thank you so much.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. Thank you very much to Sustainable Development Policy Institute for inviting me to speak on this important area of development and evolution. And good to see lots of friendly faces around. So we should have a meaningful discussion. I'll keep my talk very focused on more applied side rather than recapturing what you have already heard, that what is China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, where it is going, what is CPEC 2. There's a lot of documentation already available there. And I will focus on some of the points that how to make this connectivity work. So this is the overall theme, that we need to make it work for the people. Not only people of Pakistan, but for the people in the region. So that is something that will be the real outcome of this, what number of people call a disruption in the economic diplomacy in the region led by China, Belt and Road Initiative. So the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor 1 obviously has more than $30 billion of financing. And I'm very carefully choosing the word financing, not necessarily investments. So that financing has created, power generation, that has created port city, that has created roads. So that is where, the first phase, which was largely infrastructure, has, basically almost completed. Now, till 2030, we are entering into the second phase, which will focus more on, development of few sectors, including agriculture, including technology, what we call high quality development per se, in the eyes of Chinese Global Development Initiative. It will align, and, clean and green growth is one of the theme as part of that, whole phase. I would like to submit few observations based on what I have seen across the globe and what I have seen in Pakistan. As I said, that how to make this transition. I would again hate to use the word transformation. I don't like the word game changer, and I'm very public about it. We need to show results to make it a game changer. And for that, there are a number of steps in terms of our institutional architecture. That is the first point I want to make. So no economic corridor actually gives desired returns unless it manages to attract private investments. So the first point in phase 2 is that we have done infrastructure, but we need the policy and institutional structure to create incentives for private capital, which I ensure you is available in abundance in Pakistan. But you need to create a safe environment so that this private capital comes, and it comes in a responsible, sustainable, and environmental friendly way. But for that, first question I raise to this audience, that do we really think that the normal, the way we do business, can we create that structure? Be it a policy side, be it economic zone side, and be it private sector financial architecture, are we ready for it? It is not the question that China has to invest more to strengthen the local sporting structure for investment to come in, rather than only outward. We are somehow obsessed with foreign direct investment, which is not coming. But foreign direct investment, there is a model I'll come to a minute. So I think the first point is that both countries, if we want CPEC 2 not only to be successful, but be responsible, but be green, but people inclusive, we need to work on private sector much larger participation, and state needs to take a little step back and pass it on to private sector institutions to take it forward. Now, the second point here is that what do entrepreneurs in private sector actually look for? And that is where green financing comes in. And as I have read and understood in my various iterations with China and Pakistan and other countries, that the model of now Belt and Road Initiative investment is moving more from bilateral to multilateralism, more syndicate financing, maybe more led by Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. I'm sure Hamid Sharif can speak more about it. But my question to this audience is that if Pakistan has a booming stock market, Pakistan claims the most profitable banking sector, what is stopping us here today for creating a climate-related growth banking institution? If we are serious about it, we need to create a climate bank in Pakistan and bring China as a partner. We have the expertise so that the basically theory of development finance, it speaks that a development bank does not only provide money at suitable terms, but also invests in knowledge and imparts managerial expertise. So my applied answer is that Pakistan, if we need to make it happen, the current structure of commercial banking in Pakistan or stock market will not be able to play a proactive role in green financing unless and until we basically create space for a private sector-led financial institution which creates incentives for entrepreneurs to take this forward. For that, I think Pakistan already have a number of DFIs which are bilateral joint ventures. So I actually advise the finance minister to club it and try and create, let's say, Pak-China investment company, which has capital from China Development Bank, but expand it into the future growth of this country. So in terms of financing, we need to have a private-public partnership institution to take it forward. I heard the previous speaker, who happens to be the chairperson of Pakistan Stock Exchange as well, that spoke about bonds and sustainability bonds and blended finance and other things. My question would be that if the stock market is at a historic high, why can't they allocate $500 million worth of fund which can actually work on development of these institutions? Why are we looking necessarily, she mentioned, I think, a study which UK government does. I have been a senior advisor to UK government for almost 10 years for South Asia. I feel embarrassed. A country does not have capacity to undertake a study. You go to a third government to do it. So Pakistan needs to stand up, and this whole thing of looking at donors who have only interest to sell their political and development agendas, nothing wrong with it. But Pakistan needs to have institutions to leverage that money, but have the core financing through our private sector and public sector itself. So I would strongly, advise that SDPI and others, you should work on, with private sector institutions to come up with an endowment to create these instruments of green financing. The bond market in Pakistan in the private sector is very limited. Now, for this kind of investment to come into Pakistan, and I'm not looking at foreign investment, I'm looking at Pakistani institutions who are flushed with liquidity. They still come to me every week for asking about investment opportunities outside Pakistan. How can we make that happen here is the applied question, which I'm posing to this audience, which has to take this transition forward. And I think the best is that you create a space, put money behind it. Leaving everything to government is a mistake, which somehow we continue to do it. And governments like to take more responsibilities. They are not even, at the moment capable of delivering their core responsibilities. I think let's not overburden the state. It is the private sector which will take this forward, and that's how East Asia did. That's how, Vietnam did. That's how Indonesia did. And that's how when the Renaissance happened in Europe, they did. So that is my second message, that create private institutions and deregulate things from the government. I'm coming from National Defense University, where I had a keynote address this morning. And that's where we talked about agriculture sector and food security. And my immediate, reaction was that Pakistan has a lot of, agriculture research council and institutions led by state. Why can't state hand over these institutions to top universities, where they can actually do industry linkages and something which private sector gains? I think it is time for Pakistan to do a transition from using our diplomatic and geopolitical leverage to actually giving market-based economic value proposition. And that's where role of think tanks, universities, private sector institutions become extremely critical, because looking towards state, which is still working on an old school normal, taking that transition cannot be done by one institution. That is my institutional message number 2. Now, moving forward, I think China and Pakistan, the missing link in CPEC 2, I will be very keen on Pakistan's 4 fault lines. Our fault line or opportunity. Number 1 is 160 million people are looking towards dignified opportunities who are below the age of 30. So whatever CPEC 2 does, it should involve the young labor force in its ambit. That is where the ownership of CPEC 2 will expand manifold. If they see economic opportunities opening, they will own CPEC 2 and towards the right direction. Second is enhancing clean production. We are a net importer these days. We need to enhance our production base. And that's where financing comes very critical, but also technology which can enhance productivity. That is a fault line of Pakistan, which we have to deal with ASAP. Third is reducing the cost of energy and doing business, because Pakistan's economic structure is very energy dependent. In my previous session, this gentleman, Bilal, who deals on cryptocurrency, he was on the panel. So I was debating with him that data mining at this stage might not be the best option for an expensive energy. And if economy has to grow, you would need cheaper, consistent energy inputs in addition to that. Future is technology driven. And one of the Nobel laureates, recently we were talking, Michael Spence, and he said that in next 10 years, artificial intelligence will either take the countries, on the path of progress, or it will destroy the economies because your competitors will take that route. So I think we need to dovetail digital adoption with green development, in Pakistan and China jointly. And China is a leader on technology, and I think that should come in. Now, I think one reflection, one of the word when I advise a lot of regional countries, including China these days, I think number one question which has been asked to me as somebody who has worked on global investments for years is that how do we bring down the risk premium of this particular region and Pakistan? Investors ask me, is my money safe if I invest in Pakistan? So I think a model of risk assessment and de-risking policies is critical for Pakistan. The global investments are declining. I just took the numbers both from OECD and WTO. Global trade is likely to go down by 0.6%. Only one region is attracting investment, which is Africa. Now, if Pakistan needs to attract investments and look at the regional market, and a regional market which is sustainable and also environmentally compliant, I think a lot of changes in the way we do business need to take place. And one of the changes for China, CPEC 2, to de-risk is that we basically create a bank or a fund which can not only give knowledge but promote joint ventures. If there are joint ventures, both countries will learn more about each other's business practices. but less and less Chinese, because security remains a risk in this country, will have to travel here, but businesses will continue to flourish. We need to bring in third party into CPEC 2. More investors come from the region, the higher the stakes, the lesser the risk will be. We need to create financial instruments in the private space. State is already a debt-stressed state. We don't advise them to float more bonds to get more debt. It is the private sector should float more, commercial papers to raise money for this transition which we are talking about. My third suggestion is, where SDPI and others become more relevant, we need evidence-based communication. What does this CPEC 2 mean again for the 3 million boys and girls coming into job market every year? We need to communicate the impact. Few other things on institutional side. When we go towards qualitative investments or responsible investments, who can actually calculate the impact? There are lots of cheaper funds available who are looking at not only a below commercial return, but they're looking at an impact. Now that impact calculation with global, standards is something people like SDPI and others should build on. We need institutions who can stamp that this particular project has a positive impact on environment. It has low carbon. Now, impact calculation is quite a tricky business. And when I talk to global impact funds, their first question is that we need monitoring and transparency institution who can actually calculate the impact of our investment. So my nutshell, messages are, again, I will repeat. It is the market which will work towards revival of clean growth. It is not the state. This whole G2G business need to move on to market-based business. That's number one. And for that, a very strong policy environment needs to be done. We don't even have an industrial or services policy. Current structure of Pakistan economy cannot serve 250 million people. We need to see that how to change and expand the structure in CPEC 2, which can actually create local production for our people and exportable surpluses. Unless we do that, stability and clean growth will not happen. So that is the message number 2 in this direction. Number 3, create private sector financial institutions which can finance the local part of CPEC 2 and green financing. Stop banking on the state, which cannot really continue, putting burden on taxpayers' money or foreign loans. So this is something is the message 3. Fourth, sporting architecture, where we need to have institutions of knowledge production, of monitoring, of project development, of creating new instruments. And finally, I think bilaterally, China and Pakistan can do up to a level. There are countries who are trying to look at diversification as their risk mitigation strategy. We should look at regional countries who have the money, but they don't have technology and skills, like Saudi Arabia, for instance, and few other countries. Invite them, create a structure for that, but through joint ventures. Don't be obsessed with foreign direct investment. Only the numbers speak that obsession had not translated into material gains. Now, can state do it? My answer is no. Can we engage with state, both countries, to actually have a dialogue of a new model for CPEC 2, which benefits both countries? Yes. But for that, multiple actors have to bring in knowledge, evidence, and experience to aid this process. And that is where I think the monopoly of Pakistani government, they're jealously somehow guarding these interactions. I would see less government and more private sector in future, and they should be supported by multilateral institutions of credibility who have regional offices in Pakistan, that I actually see Pakistan catching up with emerging Asia in a sustainable, in a cleaner, and in a way which is acceptable to the world. Your biggest client for clean growth are the export sector, because they need to meet with the criteria of global buyers and global consumers. So let's move towards a policy framework and look at very clearly prioritized manner. We need to pick winners to show the world that we can really do it and we can make it happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, again, highlighting the path from just development to more line towards the green development. And I think that's kind of sets us the scene for the roundtable and a discussion format that we'll be going to for the next half an hour. So for that, let me invite Ms. Zainab Babar for the moderation of the session. Zainab, if you could join us at the podium. And I think in this, we'll be speaking from the roundtable positions rather than coming to the podium. But yes, for the moderation, let me invite Zainab to over here.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon, everyone. So we have been listening to the discussions around green finance and the evolving dynamics of CPEC 2.0. We have had a detailed presentation on what the green financing instruments are, mainly talking about green bonds, carbon markets, transition finance, debt swaps. So there are a number of green financing instruments that Pakistan can use to accelerate the green energy transition. But one question that rises here is that how we can use these instruments effectively to get the maximum benefits from this. For this, what we need to analyze first is that, is our financial and regulatory setup ready to get the benefits from these instruments? So the purpose of organizing this discussion is to analyze that what is the regulatory challenges and financial challenges in the institutional setup to utilize these green financing instruments. So without further ado, I would go towards the the roundtable discussion. I would request our speakers to please keep their insights in like 4 to 5 minutes bracket in the interest of time. So I will request Dr. Christoph Nadofil. He's the Director, Griffith Asia Institute. Dr. Christoph, you have been working a lot on the green financing instruments and how we can utilize them effectively, particularly in context of China. So in your experience, what lessons Pakistan can learn from other countries experiencing with the green financings, particularly in terms of structuring these green investment opportunities? So with this, over to you, Dr. Christoph, and thank you for joining.
No, thank you for giving me the opportunity, and what a pleasure to be here. I wish I could be, of course, with everybody else. It looks like a fantastic conference and such a great panel. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for having me, and really a pleasure to be with you all here, at least online. I wish I could be there in person. It looks like a really fantastic event, and I for those who know me, I've been had the pleasure to work with many of the Pakistani colleagues for a number of years, and have been following their fantastic work, and hopefully also contributed a little bit to it. So I really like the question, and also I think the previous presentation was just excellent, and I just want to give you a couple of thoughts that also came to my mind over the last couple of years when thinking about how can we strengthen green financial systems, and particularly also for Pakistan. Now, one of the things that I think is really special for China, which China has worked very, very hard, particularly after its opening up, is to develop a very strong domestic financial system. So really strong banks, and insurance companies, pension funds, and that has allowed the Chinese system to actually develop a really, really strong green credit market, and credit market overall, but particularly green credit market. very clear, the green credit market for China is so much more important than the green bond market. The green bond market actually has not really grown over the last years, but the green credit market continues to grow really strongly. And that's really also to the point, how can we strengthen the domestic financial system in Pakistan? With a stronger domestic financial system, and I think there are a number of avenues, kind of by having really good governance of banks, by equipping the banks with the right capital structures that might also require some state interventions. And so I think with that, I think businesses can also flourish. And the second point in terms of the green financial system, which I think is particularly relevant, there's been a lot of work in China over the last years, really actually since the early 2000s. And then we talk about since 2015, the green financial system. And I'm pretty sure kind of we talked about this in the first session as well. The green financial system with this really strong taxonomy. And now just a couple of months, 1 month back, actually, the Chinese really finally have a unifying green taxonomy that combines the green credit, the green bonds, and some other taxonomies. So really kind of a solid taxonomy to start with, just to kickstart projects, and good disclosure standards. So we actually know what's in the product and how our company is using it. And I think that's really also what we can learn from China, but also from other, since you also asked about other countries. ASEAN economies actually are in a really interesting position because they have been driving this green finance as well over the last years. And in some ways different, because their goal must be different. The Chinese economy is extremely big. Pakistan's economy is big, but by far not as big. And it's more comparable to Indonesia, which was also mentioned here before, and with whom I think everybody's also very happy to collaborate. So what are other champions that can then really drive the kind of green financial market development? And in China, it was really strongly the state-owned enterprises, in particular state-owned financial institutions, that use the green finance for green credit. In other markets, it's typically the state, so sovereign green bonds that can be issued, or of course other SOEs that can use the green bonds to kind of invest. And by having the state backing of the kind of foreign state-owned enterprise or sovereign bonds, there's actually a higher investor interest because the risk is typically lower. So there's a role, I think, for the state sector. And that also then helps to have kind of price discovery, market development, where then private sector can follow. And here's the market regulator has a really strong role to try to find champions in the private sector and pick them out as fast followers. Finally, I think really important, attracting foreign investors in this as well. Again, the standards are really important. Aligning the standards with international standards, the ASEAN standards are really good. The common ground taxonomy that was developed by China, the European Union, and now Singapore is also very good, kind of international standard. I always say investors are lazy. They don't want to compare all of the different standards, but international investors, whether they just want a simple taxonomy that they can apply. They don't want to do constantly a comparison and mix and match. So they want simple standardized taxonomies. And so aligning with the international taxonomies is really good. Second point, foreign exchange risk is really, really critical. It is manageable. The foreign exchange, we can hedge. We have the financial instruments to do hedging, particularly kind of over the shorter period. The longer period will become a little bit more difficult. More importantly, for foreign investment, and I think this is particularly also relevant for Pakistan, and we know that from a number of other countries, so Pakistan is not alone, but Pakistan is definitely on the list. How do we expatriate funds? And this is really, I think, one of the big challenges, particularly for larger investments, either for direct investment, institutional investment, probably not as big, but particularly in the foreign direct investment space. How do we ensure investors that they can expatriate the profits or even the divestment that they make? And this has been kind of an ongoing challenge for investors. And I think there's great opportunities to work on this as well. So in summary, strengthen domestic financial system, strengthen the green financial system, and kind of try to attract both institutional foreign direct investment and kind of foreign direct investment. And finally, kind of really don't only think about the domestic economy in terms of how do we replace kind of imports, but how do we strengthen exports? And that's really kind of also what the previous speaker was brilliantly saying. Also think really what are the next green export opportunities, for example, in solar recycling, battery recycling, and so on. Things that kind of people are starting to really think about and invest. And I think where Pakistan can play a really, really important role also to export some of its capabilities.
Thank you, Dr. Christoph. Thank you for highlighting that we need to strengthen the green financing instrument. And for this, the green taxonomies can play a crucial role, and we need to align the standards with the global standards. So with this, I would now request our next panelist for this discussion. That is Mr. Suhail Malik, Technical Team Lead, Climate Resourcing Coordination Center. Suhail sir, from your experience, what are the most effective mechanisms for aligning international climate finance, including Chinese green investments, with Pakistan's national development and climate priorities? So over to you.
Thank you very much. I think on the instruments, a lot has been said, and those instruments cover broadly the toolbox, if I may say, the climate finance toolbox also. So I don't need to repeat all those tools in there. But definitely, if we look at the opportunity as earlier speakers have mentioned about, this is an opportunity to kind of create a positive approach towards our inherent problems. And those problems basically relate to our institutional weaknesses, our policy, environmental gaps. So this is an opportunity to recover those or to restructure those. I mean, CPEC itself, if we look at 1.0, that had carbon intensive projects in all the countries where it started. But then it transited into the green pathway. So for Pakistan itself, we have a backlog of $10 billion worth of carbon intensive assets. So these needs to be transited. We cannot carry this baggage and build upon that and bring in greener assets. I mean, we build greener assets on top of it. So, I mean, as mentioned earlier by Dr. Christoph, I mean, we don't need to get into too many things. One of the things which have been highlighted is the green taxonomy. I think that is very important, that this work has to go in along with aligning with China on green taxonomy as well as ESG standards. So that's something which we need to work on. And I mean, we need to pilot. I mean, there will be instruments which are not market ready. Our markets are also very much tuned to only debt instruments at the most equity or grant instruments, not the instruments which we talk about and apply in the market. So our markets have to be brought into other instruments like guarantees, like equity, like insurance. So all these instruments, but we can't shy away from them. I think it's important that these instruments, we have an opportunity through CPEC 2.0 that we take a kind of a lead from them and use those instruments, pilot them. I mean, I'm not saying bring them in because our markets are not ready. I agree with the earlier speakers that we don't have a market ready for that yet. So, I mean, we need to rebalance our debt sustainably. I just want to kind of highlight the key things that we need to rebalance the debt sustainably. We need to pioneer belt and road green instruments. Whatever are being used, we need to bring it in because CPEC is seen as a test bed, and we should come out as a test bed for other 140 plus countries. We can be a model, China and us, we can work together. For that, I think we need to work together at all different levels. I mean, I don't want to say that this is something which everyone knows, that the Green Task Force should be established between Pakistan and China. That's the starting point where you cater for all those issues. So, I mean, we need to concentrate on local value chains, especially in energy. And in the end, I would say showcase CPEC 2 as a model for climate smart industrialization. That will be my final point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sohail Sir. You very rightly mentioned that one of the area that we need to look into is repurposing the debt sustainably. This is one of the key point I think we should take from there. And also we need to introduce the de-risking mechanisms and guarantees to make these investments smooth for the investors. So with this, I would now move towards our next panelist. That is Dr. Umes Abdurrahman. He's the Senior Research Associate at Renewable Energy Technologies at Renewables First. So Dr. Umes, my question to you is, what technical and institutional measures should Pakistan take to integrate Chinese green finance into renewable energy projects?
All right, everyone can hear me, right? First things first, thank you for this opportunity. Secondly, it's an honor to share stage with all these esteemed panelists. Thirdly, the question is about institutions, right? On a lighter note, in Pakistan, when one talks about institutions and role of institutions, it often gets a bit tricky. But I hope that I will find the right words and they will be simple. Firstly, I would like to share two incidents. Recently, we were holding meeting with probable Chinese investors in Pakistan. One of them was working in BESS industry, and they wanted to bring in investment in Pakistan. And just try to understand the frustration being echoed by the words that they said in those meetings. One of the investors said that they had a chance to invest in Saudi Arabia, and the total time it took them, to kick off the project was 3 months. So we know that if we will invest in Saudi Arabia, it will take us 3 months, and in Pakistan, God knows how long will it take, because once we start, there will be serious legal complications which will come your way. I remember that we were holding a consultation with one of the investors, and that was the time when the first draft of EV policy was out, and the ministry asked for some comments on that. So, I mean, that investor had his own grievances with the Pakistani system. So one of the participants in the meeting said that we know there are many issues in Pakistan, and hopefully we will resolve them soon, inshallah. And the Chinese guy looked at him and said, I know what inshallah means in Pakistani dictionary. It means you guys are never gonna get it done. But imagine a scenario, since the morning, a lot has been said, a lot of numbers have been thrown. I don't want to repeat stuff. And again, Zainab has mentioned, I have some 4 minutes to make my argument. Imagine a situation where we have actually developed an enabling conditions in Pakistan. The biggest problem Chinese investors are facing is the repatriation of the profits. Imagine that you invest in a country, but you are unable to take that profit back to China. And this frustration, or this argument has been made at different forums by Chinese investors. I can go on and tell you more about this specific stuff, but I guess our next panel discussion would be on PV manufacturing, so perhaps they will more elaborate on that. But one of the reasons that we are not having PV localization in Pakistan is because there is no mechanism for repatriation of the profit back to the countries. Second thing, recently I got to read a research article from Norwegian Institute of International Affairs, and the title of that article was very interesting. It was How to Attract More Investment in Renewables. And they had the focus of that article was on ASEAN countries. And just imagine the crux of that paper was that most of the ASEAN countries, including India and Pakistan, when it comes to developing regulations for renewable energy, they have copy-pasted the exact fossil fuel sector regulations to renewable energy, and you cannot do that. If you do that, you're actually destroying your climate business. You are actually destroying a business case for the investors. Sorry. Another thing that I would like to highlight at this moment is that we have come up with renewable energy targets, we have come up with ARE policy, everything looks good on paper. But when it comes to the institutional capacity, what Harun Sab was mentioning a while ago, when it comes to institutional capacity, we lack that. Recently, our minister announced that CTBCM would be launched. It's a very good step. Our electricity market is going to get liberalized. And this is where Chinese investors would have more opportunities to invest in Pakistan. But let's see. I mean, that's an announcement, and we need to see that when it's going to get materialized. Just one more thing when it comes to energy and power sector, and that would be my last argument. If we look at CPEC 1.0, when our government was giving assurances and guarantees to Chinese investors, we actually compromised our sovereignty. And that's the reason that we have this issue of surplus capacity. We have the issue of debt payments, the issue of circular debt, obviously. So in CPEC 2.0, what we need to consider is, firstly, as Harun Sab also mentioned, that private sector should be brought in. Secondly, there should be more B2B transactions. And thirdly, whenever we are giving them any assurances or guarantees, we make sure that we don't compromise on energy security and on our sovereignty. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Umesh. You very rightly highlighted that we need to make our regulatory processes investor-friendly, and we definitely need to bring in private sector and the B2B collaborations and focus in CPEC 2.0. So with this, I would move towards our next panelist, that is Mohammad Naeem Javed. He's the Head Project Finance and Equity Advisory at Bank of Punjab. Naeem Sab, what challenges do local banks face in aligning their financial products with the green finance ecosystem that China is spearheading, and how can these challenges can be overcome? So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to this important session. So I will categorize these challenges into 4 categories. First of all, banks need to develop their environmental and social risk management system to get benefit of any kind of green financing from any international financier or donor. So State Bank of Pakistan is already working with banks, but this system is still evolving, and I think it's very important to attract any green financing into banking system from any international financier. Second, banks are also commercial institutions. They need to have some commercial benefits for funding green projects. Some kinds of breaks on regulatory side, particularly on risk weight for green financing projects, or some tax incentive can be introduced, which can be a good motivation for financial institutions to adopt green financing at a faster pace. The third challenge that financial institutions face is that there are not enough green projects available. So financial institutions respond to the opportunities, and it's the task of developers to develop bankable projects. So in recent past, we have seen many of first of its kind green financing projects in Pakistan, but still the number is lower. The quantum of these projects is not so high as well. So there is a lot of, so what I can summarize is that if there will be more bankable projects, more banks will be willing to chip in. And the last part is the awareness. So banks can still get a lot out of green financing and their collaboration with international financiers. For example, Bank of Punjab has recently procured a concessional green financing from AFD, which is a French development bank. And this foreign currency, because large projects do require foreign currency to get regulatory permissions, this has given us a competitive advantage, and any local bank can have similar competitive advantage. Same goes for guarantee, which can, de-risk banks from commercial risk of the project. We have recently partnered with Agri3 Fund out of Netherlands to procure similar guarantees. So I can summarize these challenges in 4 buckets: environmental and social risk management framework, incentive for commercial banks, and availability of bankable projects, and last, awareness on the benefits of venturing into green financing. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Naeem Saab. You very rightly mentioned that there should be bankable projects with clear incentive mechanisms that will be provided to the financing institutions to accelerate this adoption of green financing. So with this, I will move towards our next panelist, that is Ms. Han Shen. She's the senior researcher at International Cooperation and Development Research Center, International Institute of Green Finance. Ms. Han, I would like to know the Chinese perspective on this from your side, that how can both countries can collaborate to bring a more effective Chinese green financing into the Pakistan's overall energy transition framework. Over to you.
Thanks for reminding me. Also, it's a great honor for me to, speak at the plenary session in the morning, and also elaborate some of the points that I mentioned in the previous session in this roundtable discussion again. So regarding to your question, I like to share around 3 points to, one of the most important one is the green taxonomy, which is also mentioned by Dr. Christoph and other speakers. So the green taxonomy is the foundation of the green ecosystem. I think for the Pakistan government in the short term, we can maybe consider adapt a well-established taxonomy, such as the multi-jurisdiction common ground taxonomy, the MCGT, because it's a tri-party taxonomy built by China, EU, and Singapore, and is looking to expand its membership. And I think maybe Pakistan can consider also join this taxonomy in the short term. But in the long term, I think it's better to create a taxonomy, a Pakistan taxonomy customized to its own NDC and its own development goals, and key sectors such as water management, agriculture, renewable energy, mining, etc. So that's the first one, green taxonomy. And the second one is about financial climate related financial disclosures. So in this part, I think we can promote the climate-related financial disclosure in 2 ways. And the first one is for banks. For example, to expand the existing State Bank of Pakistan's green banking guidelines to make climate risk stress testing and disclosure of financed emissions mandatory for large commercial banks. Of course, we should maybe consider this in a phased and proportionate manner instead of doing it at once. And the second way of for the financial disclosure involves listed companies. So the Security and Exchange Commissions of Pakistan may issue guidelines for the listed companies, and to guide them how to disclose their environmental impacts, their climate risks, and their decarbonization strategies, etc. So that's the second way, the second part, which is the financial climate-related financial disclosures. And the third way is to, I think, build some incentive mechanisms to make the green finance commercially viable. For example, for the SBP, the State Bank of Pakistan, they have already established the existing finance scheme for renewable energy and green projects. I think in the future we can consider to include more sectors like sustainable agriculture, green buildings, waste management, renewable energy, yeah, so include more sectors into the finance scheme, and also for regulatory agencies in Pakistan, we may consider gradually incorporate the green lending targets for commercial banks. So that means, for example, set a certain number of volumes of green credits or green bonds, so that banks have the incentive to promote green credits and other green instruments. And also, we may also consider to integrate the green lending performance of the commercial banks into their annual evaluation or supervisory review process. So that's another way to incentivize commercial banks to innovate green finance products and promote the green financing. Yeah, so that's it from my side. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Han. You very rightly mentioned that to develop the basis for effective collaboration, we need to have a green taxonomy, the financial disclosures, and improved green banking guidelines and disclosures with the decarbonization strategies. So thank you for this. And with now, I will move towards our next panelist, that is Mr. Asif Iqbal, the Joint Director at Securities and Exchange Commission of Pakistan. Asif sir, from a regulatory perspective, what steps is SECP taking to align Pakistan's capital markets with international or specifically Chinese green finance principles and ensure greater investments in clean energy? Over to you.
Thanks. First of all, I would like to congratulate SDPI for arranging such an insightful session. With regards to your specific question, there are a number of steps SECP has taken, and SECP has been very proactive in this regard. For example, we introduced our green bond guidelines in 2021 to facilitate issuers in issuing green bonds and green instruments and facilitating the stakeholders in analyzing disclosures against those bonds. We also unveiled our ESG roadmap in 2022, which identified key milestones and steps which SECP will be undertaking. And as a part of this roadmap, we issued the ESG reporting guidelines for the listed companies in June 2024, which provide a very concise framework for the companies to report their ESG performance and to demonstrate in a very simple manner how the ESG practices and sustainability considerations have been integrated into their business practices, their governance structure, and as well as their social impact. In December 2024, we launched ESG Sustain Portal, which is a centralized platform, and it enables companies to report data against the ESG performance, which is benchmarked against the ESG guidelines issued by SECP. And it also consolidates that information and creates a dashboard for the user to present that data in a very meaningful manner. It also acts as a knowledge hub for the companies for the purpose of capacity building. We have also introduced a roadmap for implementation of ISSB standards, S1 and S2, and we are doing that in a phased manner. And the large listed companies will be included in that process in the first phase, which actually has started from July 1, 2025. And the medium companies will follow next year, and in the last step, all remaining unlisted companies and the licensed companies will follow. So I've heard from many presenters regarding the importance of governance and good reporting requirements to facilitate green financing. So these steps are intended to facilitate good reporting, quality reporting, and facilitating the investors in analyzing projects and to decide whether they qualify for green financing or not. We are also in the process of introducing ESG mutual funds, which will be a special category of mutual funds which will only be investing in green projects or green or companies that qualify for green investments. And it's again a very structured manner of creating demand and connecting investors, and whether they be retail investors, high net worth, or institutional investors. and allowing them to channelize their investment and their savings towards projects that qualify for green financing and green investments. I think another point which was emphasized a lot is the green taxonomy. So State Bank was already working on this project. SSCP was also part of that working group. And yesterday, the green taxonomy have been approved and notified. So it again provides a sort of a common set of principles again, which a project or a company can be evaluated to decide whether it will be whether it will qualify for green financing or not. And SSCP is going a step further in this regard, and we are aligning now our ESG reporting guidelines, which I just mentioned, and we are aligning these requirements with the taxonomy. So what is going to happen is that going forward, the listed companies will also provide disclosures which are aligned with these taxonomies, and these taxonomies are aligned with our NDC requirements. So all listed companies in a phased manner again will start reporting on the basis of these taxonomies, so that a uniform set of disclosures become available. And again, it becomes easy for the investors and stakeholders to analyze different companies and identify the projects which are green, and also to gauge the overall performance of the corporate sector against the NDCs. So these are some of the steps that we are undertaking in this regard. Hope that answers the question.
Thank you so much, Asif Saab, for highlighting that what SECP is doing, particularly the initiatives that SECP has introduced to support green investments in the sector. So before moving to the next round of questions, I would request our audience to please prepare your questions, and after the second round of questions, we'll come towards your questions. So I would request all the panelists to please outline 3 key recommendations that you believe are important to address the existing regulatory and financial institutional gaps that needs to be addressed. So I'll start from Sohail Saab, your side.
Thank you very much. I mean, it's creating the space for the private sector to come in. I think that's most important, that we, within our policy documents, we do bring in private sector consultations and also participation. That is something which is very much required. And also, I mean, I think I would like to kind of use this opportunity to bring in the kind of managed transition vehicle. That is something which I need to re-emphasize, that the 10 billion carbon intensive assets, we need to transit them towards greener investments, and with tools which are more like innovative tools, and those innovative tools would become the green tools for future. So that I would stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sohail Saab. Umesh, your recommendations?
The beauty of being the second or the last speaker is that a lot of talk has been done, and you only have to nod your head to sound smarter. So I guess most of the points have been made already by Sir. But the first recommendation, an institutional mechanism for public-private partnerships. Secondly, if Pakistan really wants to develop domestic supply chains for RE technologies, then we need policies with clear targets. Thirdly, more and more technology transfer ventures and joint ventures. And if you allow me to give me the fourth one, that is related to building the institutional capacity of Pakistan. And I guess that would come when academia would be brought into this game, which means that we need to develop competency-based training programs and not just curriculum-based training programs. That's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Umesh. I would request Asif Saab to share the recommendations.
I tend to agree with what Umesh said. I think it's better to just, nod and look very knowledgeable and very wise, just nod and say everyone is doing a good job. Yeah. So, but I think I think we have done a lot when it comes to reporting and prescribing reporting requirements. I think the next step should be to pursue the alignment of that with the Chinese expectation. I think they have a very structured documentation. They have their own taxonomies. I think they have their own catalog also. So I think it will be useful that now that we have developed our own taxonomy and we have developed our own disclosure standards, most of them are aligned with international standards. So we should start looking at to what extent they are not already aligned with the Chinese the parameters and the benchmarks that Chinese investors use to take their own investment decisions, and to achieve the degree of alignment which is necessary to actually facilitate the investments.
Thank you. Ms. Han, your recommendations?
I think there will be two recommendations. The first one is about the cross-ministry cooperation. I think similar with the Chinese case, I think Pakistan has the two major ministries. One is the Ministry of Climate Change, and the other one is the finance part, the central bank, right? So I think these two government agencies should work together in terms of the green finance and climate change, because in the Chinese context, the financial part and the environmental and ecology ministry also work together, and a lot of the top-down guidelines and strategies were published by multiple ministries together. Maybe more than 5 ministries or 6 or 7 ministries together publish a strategy or a policy. So I think the cooperation across the ministries are very important to establish the coherent policy narrative for green finance, so that there are a solid policy foundation in the first place. And the second recommendation is on international cooperation and also blended finance. The cooperation with multilateral banks such as IFC, ADB, and also multilateral financial institutions such as the Global Climate Fund. The collaboration with them are very important, to gain concessional funding and for capacity building, etc. And also for standard alignment also. The Network for Greening the Financial System, NGFS, is also very valuable, I think, for Pakistan governments to consider in the future. So these are the two recommendations from my side. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Ms. Han. I would request our online speakers, Naeem Saab and Dr. Christoph. Dr. Christoph, I will start from you. Your key recommendation.
Yeah, it's a great question, and the answers were just so interesting. I really, really enjoyed that. I think for me, as an economist, I always say it depends. What is the thing that kind of, from a policy perspective, Pakistan wants to address first? Is it inclusive growth, so everybody benefits a little bit? Is it infrastructure development? Is it export-led growth? So picking from those and picking also kind of piggybacking on some of the things that have been said here, in terms of policy focus on the finance side, deal with sovereign debt risk and deal with the sovereign debt, I think, to de-risk and kind of make sure investors are certain that Pakistan can pay and repatriate profits. That's number one. Second, the green finance standards aligned with international standards. I do believe that international standards are good. Of course, there will be small things where Pakistan want to kind of adjust, but I do believe that international standards, particularly for international capital, will be extremely important. Third, and also piggybacking, credible and legally sound phase-out plans. So the managed transition vehicles, the MTVs that have been mentioned here, and the simple reason is, if they are credible and legally sound, they can actually unleash investment. And I think most of some people in the room would probably know also the work that we have done with the Pakistan-China Institute and Climate Smart Ventures, also about Pakistan, that actually, particularly also for coal-fired power plants, a retirement and early retirement can be very financially beneficial for the investors. So it's not that there's actually loss making, but there can be profits being made through good refinancing instruments. What it requires is also, of course, good negotiation, but also legally sound framework, because in the end, that can really drive kind of also the project pipeline that we've been talking about. So I think that's my 3 points. Thank you. Great question.
Well, thank you, Dr. Christoph. Naisab, your recommendations for?
Thank you. I think a lot of good recommendations have already been tabled. I would just like to emphasize that more and more interaction between Pakistani and Chinese counterparts are suggested, as we have seen in our recent interaction with other multilaterals. Those meetings have been fruitful, and if we interact more, definitely opportunities will come in where we can collaborate and get access to this green financing from our Chinese counterparts as well. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone. The key discussion points and the key points to consider that Pakistan needs to bring in for manifesting or for reaping the benefits of these green financing instruments are, if I shortlist that would be the green taxonomy, the private sector's role, and the de-risking mechanisms, financial disclosures, and kind of incentive mechanisms for the investors to attract them towards green investments. So with this, I would like to conclude the session, and I would thank all the panelists and participants for their presence. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Zainab, for moderating the session. I think with this, we'll be going towards a lunch break. I can already see the tiredness in front of all the people, but we'll be taking a 40-minute break, and we'll be reconvening right at 3 p.m. But we have really interesting presentations coming from Dr. Ishan from NS Zuberi Saab, and we'll be moving more towards the aspect of the green industrialization, particularly the localization of these low carbon development technologies within the special economic zones in Pakistan. So thank you so much, everyone. And the lunch is served outside. Please do join us. Thank you.
Thank you.